like to inform you that there will be interpretation services in French and Portuguese. Please feel free to click on the interpretation icon on your device and select the language of your choice. I'd also like to encourage you to make use of the chat box, and also to kindly request that you turn off your video in the event you are not speaking, because that will also help with the connectivity challenges that we may experience. So in the next few days, the forum will look specifically at issues relating to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in Africa. We'll have a short opening ceremony this morning, and I will have two sessions for today. One will be on the panel on the state of democracy and human rights in Africa, and that's where we'll specifically look at issues, emerging trends that have occurred since the last forum in November 2021, and hopefully come up with recommendations that would be forwarded to the African Commission for its consideration during the 71st ordinary session. That will also be held.
Sim, consigo ouvi-lo, mas o som está a chegar com cortes, não está audível.
And recognition for community paralegals in Africa. And that will be the end for today. Then for tomorrow, we also have another panel that will look at the recovery and rebuilding into COVID-19 Africa, considering the current COVID-19 challenges that are taking place. And also, this meeting is taking place virtually because of the COVID-19, so it's important to have measures put in place by form of ensuring the implementation of a recommendation of a resolution for post-COVID-19 recovery and rebuilding in Africa. Then we also have the MRG share information on a report on the research that we have conducted on indigenous people and communities in Africa, and hopefully also come up with the recommendations. Then we'll move on to the closing ceremony. In brief, that is what will happen in the next 2 days of the forum. So without wasting further time, I would like to hand over the floor to Madam Stephanie Wamba. Stephanie will be moderating the opening session this morning. She would be representing the NGOs Forum Steering Committee, and she also works at the International Service for Human Rights, their Abidjan office. On that note, I'd like to welcome Madam Stephanie Wamba to take over the moderation of the opening ceremony.
Bonjour Adama, merci beaucoup de me passer la parole. Mesdames et messieurs, en vos grades et titres respectifs, recevez mes chaleureuses salutations. Je voudrais par la même occasion vous souhaiter la bienvenue à cette cérémonie d'ouverture du Forum des ONG, organisée en prélude de la 71e session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, cérémonie que j'aurai l'honneur de conduire. Nous aurons 3 à 4 interventions. La première sera celle de la déclaration de bienvenue du African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. Ensuite, nous aurons les remarques d'un membre du comité directeur du Forum des ONG. Nous aurons aussi la déclaration de l'honorable Rimingo Ilungu, président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, que nous saluons. Nous aurons enfin un discours d'ouverture de l'excellence l'ambassadeur Bankole Adeoye, commissaire aux affaires politiques, à la paix et à la sécurité de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Sans plus attendre, je vais passer la parole au African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies pour leur déclaration de bienvenue.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Good morning to each and every one of us, and a happy Easter. Honorable Remy Ngoylumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Vice Chairperson and members of the African Commission, Chairperson and members of the ACDHRS board, Mr. Gilbert Sibihoko, the Executive Director of NANRI, Dr. Patrice Vahad, Representative and Head of Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Guinea, Mr. Williams Lifongo, Senior Human Rights Advisor and Team Leader of UNOWAS in Senegal, Mr. Shafi Bakri, Team Leader of the Office of the High Commissioner in the East Africa Regional Office, representatives of national human rights institutions, representatives of NGOs, civil society organizations, representatives of the media and press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Governing Council of the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, the NGO Forum on the Participation of NGOs in the Work of the African Commission, and this session is the 71st ordinary session. And indeed, on my own behalf, I wish to welcome each and every one of us to this opening ceremony of the 2 days forum. I would also want to thank each and every one of us for taking time to come and participate at this forum. We all know that the NGOs Forum is a tool to foster collaboration, closer collaboration among civil society organizations and other human rights bodies, especially the African Commission, for the purpose of promoting and protecting human rights in Africa and consolidating our various contributions to the session. I would like to reiterate the commitment of each one of us at this particular forum. And I would like, on behalf of all of us, to welcome Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Remy Ngoy, who, despite his busy schedule, has agreed to give the opening remarks. I would also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela for being here and for requesting to take the floor. She would want to address the forum. Without a doubt, NGOs play a prominent role in the activities of the Commission, and they draw attention of the Commission to violations of the Charter, bring communications on behalf of individuals, monitor state compliance, among others, and increase awareness about the Commission's activities. However, despite the huge numbers of NGOs working in the area of human rights and governance, we have seen that the continent continues to grapple with military coups, as we see in Chad, in Guinea-Conakry, in Mali, Sudan, and the failed coup in Guinea-Bissau, which continue to have a negative impact on governance, on human rights and democracy in Africa. However, some progress has been registered. We've seen some countries that have gone through elections successfully, free and fair elections. We've also seen that the COVID pandemic seems to be decreasing. The cases seem to be decreasing in most of our countries. Human rights violations continue in some of these countries with impunity. So we are preoccupied, and these are some of the reasons why we are meeting and why it is necessary that we speak with one voice on these issues to the African Commission. We also see that when you look at the human rights latest report that was launched recently, 26 African countries have been earmarked as having human rights violations of various concern. And some countries that have been highlighted, especially those facing armed conflict, include Cameroon, Central African Republic, Mozambique, Nigeria with the terrorism, and South Sudan, you know. But we also see Burundi, Eswatini, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, among others. As the virus continues to transform into more stringent variants, we believe that together we should be able to address it. So this particular forum will be looking at 4 main areas under the human rights and democracy situation, where we'll have the sub-regional focal points share the highlights of this situation in their sub-regions. And we will have 6 reports from the 6 sub-regional focal points, except for the diaspora. Then we'll also look at post-COVID strategies with a closer look at the challenges, the remaining challenges and opportunities for mitigating the COVID-19 post after all the struggles and problems that it has caused for mankind. We will also look at access to justice. The COVID has also had a negative effect on courts. And we will have a panel that will be looking at how access to justice can be maximized with training of more paralegals to address the backlog thus created. The 4th panel will look at indigenous peoples under networking for human rights in Africa. And we should be able to enjoy the outcome of an investigative report by minority rights group entitled "To Purge the Forest by Force." And it will be focusing on the negative and devastating impact of a new form of colonialism. And that colonialism known as green colonialism on the Batwa community in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. We are hoping that with that, we should be able to put together recommendations that we will share and contribute to the work of the African Commission. Without wasting any more time, I would like to welcome each and every one of us today at this forum on the participation of NGOs in the work of the African Commission, its 71st session, and also to thank you for making time to be here to share and to ensure that your contributions are put on board. With that, I'd like to thank you for your kind attention.
Merci à Madame Anna Foster pour vos mots de bienvenue. Nous saisissons une fois de plus cette opportunité pour vous remercier, vous et le Centre, pour tout le travail que vous faites pour la promotion des droits de l'homme en Afrique et pour la tenue et la planification et la réussite de ce forum. Nous allons passer à la deuxième intervention, les remarques d'un des membres du comité directeur du Forum des ONG.
Hello, Stephanie.
Yes, Adama.
Hello.
Yes, Adama.
Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yes, Adama, go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. I think it's to invite Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa. She's online, I can see her, for her remarks. Then we'll move on to the official opening that will be done by Honorable Commissioner Remy. Please check your email if you do have time. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Adama.
Alô, bom dia.
Ok, nous allons passer à la prochaine intervention qui est celle de l'honorable commissaire Maria Teresa Manuela de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Cher honorable commissaire, si vous êtes en ligne, merci de prendre la parole.
Muito obrigada. Estou em linha, sim, mas devo dizer que há algum problema com a interpretação, porque o intérprete em língua portuguesa diz que não recebe o vosso som. Não sei se devo continuar mesmo assim. Sim? Devo continuar?
Please tell him to go ahead.
Honorable commissaire Maria Teresa, vous avez la parole.
Ok, obrigada, obrigada. Muito obrigada mesmo. Devo começar por saudar Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente da Comissão Africana.
It's started now.
Saudar a Senhora Secretária-Geral, Doutora Ana Foster. Saudar os representantes da União Africana presentes. Saudar todos os intervenientes neste fórum que antecede exatamente a
John, can you hear him?
sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana, um sinal forte da nossa cooperação
John, can you hear us?
nestas duas instituições. Eu pedi alguns minutos para poder fazer uma breve exortação sobre questões que dizem respeito à Comissão Africana, mais concretamente ao mecanismo que eu dirijo, pois penso partilhar porque acredito que seja do interesse de todos. Em função da Carta Africana aprovada em outubro de 1986, portanto, temos comemorado o Dia Africano dos Direitos Humanos. E isto foi uma pressão fruto da comunicação social de organizações intergovernamentais e não governamentais da época. Portanto, a ênfase vai exatamente para as organizações não governamentais por causa do fórum que hoje vivemos. Na 20ª sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana foi indicado um relator especial para as prisões, condições de detenção em África, e fruto de uma atividade intensa que ocorreu durante o Seminário Internacional sobre as condições prisionais em África, realizado em Kampala, de 19 a 21 de setembro de 1996. Devo dizer que, nessa época, foram constatadas várias violações aos direitos dos reclusos, tais como agressões físicas com uso de tortura, sobrelotação dos espaços carcerários, ausência de visitas aos reclusos por seus familiares ou pessoas ou instituições ligadas à sua defesa, a má qualidade ou a falta de alimentação e vestimenta, a falta de saneamento básico nas instalações, assim como deficiente acesso aos cuidados de saúde e falta de condições para a educação, atividade física, recreativa. E isso, de alguma forma, foi constatado e revelou-se que beliscava de forma grosseira a dignidade humana. A criação do mecanismo também deu resposta ao artigo 6º da Carta Africana, tendo em atenção o direito à liberdade e à segurança de cada africano, ou de todos aqueles que escolheram a África como sua segunda casa. Este articulado fornece duas proteções essenciais, dois direitos fundamentais, a liberdade de ação e a liberdade e a segurança da pessoa. Só que estes direitos estão mencionados na Carta Africana de forma muito simplista e sem menção às garantias que os reclusos, detidos e condenados têm, razão pela qual alguns sistemas penais pouco desenvolvidos, eu reparo que não há tradução nem para português, nem para francês, nem para inglês. Devo continuar?
Can you hear me? It is working.
No, it wasn't working, John. We lost in English.
So you lost mindset.
Madio did indicate that he wasn't receiving any signal.
Madia also is not in. Both of them are. Mamset is there.
Yeah.
Vou continuar para os falantes da língua portuguesa que me ouvem. Dizia eu que esses direitos estão mencionados na Carta de forma muito simplista e sem menção às garantias que os reclusos, detidos e condenados têm, razão pela qual alguns sistemas penais pouco desenvolvidos ou menos preocupados com estes aspectos constantes na maioria das constituições dos países africanos não protegem o suficiente os indivíduos que se encontram com a sua liberdade limitada, principalmente naquelas detenções consideradas arbitrárias, sejam elas ilegais, irregulares ou indefinidas. Nos anos mais recentes, e tendo em atenção a Agenda 2063 da União Africana, na sua aspiração número 3, que prevê uma África de boa governação, democracia e respeito pelos direitos humanos, justiça e Estado de Direito, onde uma cultura de boa governação, de valores democráticos, de igualdade e de justiça esteja consolidada. Também outra aspiração não menos importante é a número 16, concretamente dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável da ONU. E este objetivo número 16 é paz, justiça e instituições eficazes, que prevê a promoção de sociedades pacíficas e inclusivas para desenvolvimento sustentável, proporcionar a saúde, o acesso à justiça para todos e construir instituições eficazes, responsáveis e inclusivas. Ora, estes direitos essas violações foram reconhecidas. E devo agora lembrar aos participantes que me ouvem que há alguns instrumentos que foram adotados, mais concretamente a Declaração de Kampala de 1996, a Declaração de Kadoma de 1997, que fala sobre as medidas alternativas às prisões, a Declaração de Arusha, de 1999, sobre as boas práticas na administração das prisões, e a Declaração e Plano de Ação do Ouagadougou sobre a aceleração da reforma penal das prisões. Também, a nível da Comissão Africana, foram adotados alguns instrumentos, mais concretamente, diretrizes sobre o policiamento das assembleias, diretrizes sobre o julgamento justo e diretrizes sobre e medidas para a proibição da tortura. Tudo isto nos leva a fazer um balanço a esta hora a nível do continente para perceber exatamente o que os Estados fizeram até agora, como o fizeram e quais foram os resultados que obtiveram na implementação destes instrumentos, em função das perspectivas que levaram à criação do mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial e a adoção dos vários instrumentos para auxiliar o tratamento condigno dos reclusos. Este trabalho, meus senhores, que estamos a levar a cabo, deverá ser considerado o primeiro diagnóstico da Comissão Africana sobre o estado das prisões e condições de detenção em África, e isto levará ao balanço do primeiro quarto de século da criação do mecanismo e queremos cingir-nos apenas às prisões e condições de detenção, apesar de percebermos que a ação policial é uma das fontes de sobrelotação das instituições. É para este propósito que estamos a convidar os nossos parceiros com a missão de monitorar os direitos humanos nos respectivos países e regiões para auxiliar a Comissão Africana nesta tarefa de identificar resultados obtidos, desafios que se impõem e o programa para o futuro dos direitos dos reclusos em África. Eu agradeço esses minutos. É uma pena não ter havido interpretação e isto tem colocado uma mácula no trabalho que é feito e muito bem pelo Fórum das ONGs, uma vez que a África também inclui esta língua, que é a língua portuguesa, e nós temos 6 países falantes da língua portuguesa, que é um bom número de africanos que são colocados de lado porque não conseguem ter acesso às informações e às discussões a nível deste fórum. Não falo dos participantes das ONGs que estão aí, porque muitos deles falam inglês ou francês, mas falo do último africano lusófono que precisa de acompanhar o fórum e que precisa de perceber o que é tratado e como isso se reflete na sua vida. Muito obrigada mais uma vez e grata por este tempo que me deram.
Merci beaucoup, honorable commissaire Maria Teresa Manuela. Je rappelle que l'honorable commissaire Maria Teresa Manuela est rapporteur spécial sur les prisons, les conditions de détention et le maintien de l'ordre en Afrique. Nous tenons aussi à vous remercier pour toutes les actions que vous menez dans ce sens sur le territoire africain. Sans plus tarder, nous allons passer à l'allocution d'ouverture qui sera faite par l'honorable Remy Ngoy-Loubou, président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Honorable Remy Ngoy-Loubou, vous avez la parole.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Dans un premier temps, j'aurais aimé que l'IT, celui qui s'occupe de la plateforme, puisse allumer la caméra, au moins de ceux qui prennent la parole. C'est un respect aussi pour l'auditoire, si c'est possible pour vous de le faire. Vous m'avez entendu, j'espère.
Oui, honorable commissaire, je crois que le secrétariat va le faire.
Au moins qu'on allume la caméra de ceux qui prennent la parole. Si tout le monde ne peut pas allumer la caméra, c'est aussi le respect pour ceux qui nous suivent.
John, Adama, please, can you open the camera?
Bon, en attendant, évoluons.
John?
On peut...
John, are you there? Can you hear me?
On peut commencer comme ça, comme vous avez prévu, pour ne pas vous faire perdre du temps. Mesdames et messieurs les honorables commissaires,
Yes.
Je peux prendre la parole?
Oui, honorable commissaire, vous pouvez prendre la parole.
J'espère que je ne vais pas enfreindre les dispositions protocolaires parce que tout à l'heure à l'introduction, lorsque Stéphanie Wamba était en train d'introduire, elle a annoncé le commissaire Bankole Adeoye. J'espère qu'il est là. C'est pour ça que, ne sachant pas qu'il est là, parce que vous avez dit que c'est lui qui va ouvrir le forum. Hein.
On s'excuse pour ce malentendu. Le programme a été révisé et...
Non, c'était pour d'abord, il n'y a pas de problème, c'était d'abord pour savoir si je devais le citer dans le discours ou pas, s'il était là. Non. Mais je le cite quand même au cas où il est là, pour ne pas enfreindre les dispositions protocolaires. Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Bankole Adeoye, Mesdames et Messieurs les honorables commissaires, Madame la directrice exécutive du Centre africain pour les études sur la démocratie et les droits humains en Afrique, chère Anna Foster, Mesdames et messieurs les membres du comité directeur du Steering Committee du Forum des ONG, mesdames et messieurs les représentants des ONG et des organisations de la société civile d'Afrique, chers participants, mesdames et messieurs, en vos titres, en vos différents rangs, grades et qualités. Permettez-moi d'abord de vous saluer. Je suis honoré de prononcer le discours d'ouverture du forum sur la participation des ONG à la 71e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Ce forum intervient après celui des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme qui a eu lieu à Banjul même, je pense, du 12 au 13 avril 2022. Il constitue, je parle des deux forums, il constitue désormais les deux piliers de base qui soutiennent l'architecture des sessions de la Commission africaine. Des sessions de la Commission africaine, nous pouvons en être tous fiers, en tout cas. Les commissaires, la Commission, les ONG et les INDH, nous pouvons en être tous fiers. Nous avons ainsi là la structure la plus complète et la plus efficace dans le domaine de la coopération entre les organes des traités, ici la Commission, les organes affiliés qui sont les INDH et les organes qui ont le statut d'observateur, donc les ONG et les autres structures de la société civile. Ma sincère gratitude est adressée au Centre africain pour la démocratie et les études des droits de l'homme et le comité directeur du Forum des ONG pour les efforts constants en vue de l'organisation réussie de ces assises depuis quelques années déjà. Ces assises offrent bien évidemment une occasion ultime aux organisations non gouvernementales de devoir participer pleinement aux activités de la Commission africaine et de contribuer à ces efforts dans le domaine de la promotion et de la protection effective des droits de l'homme sur notre cher continent. Mesdames et messieurs les commissaires, distingués invités, chers participants, en vos titres et qualités respectifs, permettez-moi également de saisir cette occasion pour rappeler le but principal, l'objectif principal du Forum des ONG, qui est notamment de favoriser une collaboration plus étroite entre les ONG et la Commission africaine, mais aussi une collaboration entre les ONG, la Commission africaine et d'autres mécanismes de défense des droits de l'homme dans le cadre, bien évidemment, de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Ce forum facilite en outre les interactions, les échanges, la discussion avec les parties prenantes sur la situation des droits de l'homme dans les différentes sous-régions. D'ailleurs, le premier panel qui va suivre tout à l'heure, le panel sur la situation des droits de l'homme sur le continent, en est une illustration. Donc, le Forum des ONG facilite en outre la discussion avec les parties prenantes sur la situation des droits de l'homme dans les différentes sous-régions de notre continent et propose des stratégies, des pistes de sortie, toujours dans le cadre de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme, tel que cela figure à l'article 45 de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les présentes assises permettront donc aux participants d'échanger sur des thèmes variés, notamment les nouvelles tendances en matière de droits de l'homme, la démocratie et l'état des droits. Le forum échangera également, les participants à ce forum échangeront également sur les défis et les opportunités pour la reconstruction de l'Afrique post-Covid. Nous y allons lentement et sûrement dans une période post-Covid, en mettant un accent en particulier sur la mise en œuvre, de la résolution 449 sur les droits de l'homme et des peuples comme pilier central d'une réponse réussie au Covid-19 et au rétablissement de ses impacts sociopolitiques adoptés lors de la 66e session ordinaire de la Commission, vous vous rappellerez, en décembre 2020 à Dakar, au Sénégal. Je puis noter par ailleurs que sera aussi analysée la question de la visibilité du Fonds des Nations Unies pour la torture et du Fonds des Nations Unies pour l'esclavage dans l'objectif d'aider les survivants de l'esclavage et de la torture dans le cadre d'un panel. Je félicite cette initiative. Les échanges du forum aborderont également la question de l'impact négatif et dévastateur d'une nouvelle forme de colonialisme qui frappe les populations autochtones dans toutes les sous-régions d'Afrique. On a parlé de la question de Batois, qui est l'une des illustrations par rapport à cette problématique. Et il y aura, je pense, bien évidemment, un panel à ce sujet. Notre continent reste confronté aux multiples défis relatifs aux droits de l'homme. La Commission est particulièrement préoccupée par la résurgence de la pratique des changements anticonstitutionnels du gouvernement et les multiples violations des droits de l'homme qui en résultent. Je tiens à vous féliciter pour cette réflexion par rapport à cette thématique. Des recommandations fortes et des stratégies de leur mise en œuvre pour faire la paix et pour débarrasser le continent des guerres, des conflits, des violations des droits de l'homme et des catastrophes humanitaires sont nécessaires et nous les attendons comme de coutume. Je suis à cet effet convaincu, et les commissaires qui participent à ce forum également, que grâce à l'esprit d'ouverture et de coopération dont vous faites toujours preuve dans vos discussions, des pistes de solutions à ces problèmes communs seront explorées. Mesdames et messieurs les commissaires distingués invités, permettez-moi à ce stade de remercier tous les participants qui ont répondu présents à ce forum et de les féliciter pour le choix qui a prévalu et qui a guidé votre décision malgré vos multiples occupations, illustrant encore une fois de plus l'engagement militant sans faille des organisations de la société civile africaine pour la primauté du droit et le respect des droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Cette année, mesdames et messieurs, marquera le retour des sessions de la commission en présentiel, comme pour inaugurer la période après Covid. Notre souhait en tant que commissaire est d'organiser en fin de cette année une grande session dans la ville des droits de l'homme à Banjul, en présentiel bien évidemment. C'est déjà programmé. Cette session qui devait être précédée, comme je le dis en fin de cette année, par un forum des ONG et un forum des INDH en présentiel également. Ensemble, nous marquerons ainsi une rentrée réussie des activités continentales en matière de protection, de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme, comme cela se faisait par le passé. Il convient d'ores et déjà de commencer à y travailler tous pour que cette grande rentrée des droits de l'homme en présentiel puisse être un franc succès, tant pour la Commission que pour ces deux piliers aujourd'hui que constituent le Forum des ONG et le Forum des INDH. C'est sur ces mots que je déclare ouvert le Forum des ONG en prélude à la 71e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine, tout en vous souhaitant de fructueuses délibérations et plein succès dans la conduite de vos travaux. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Nos sincères remerciements à l'honorable Rémy Ngoy-Lumbu, président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, pour ses mots de félicitations et d'encouragement, mais aussi pour sa disponibilité et l'accompagnement continu. Nous sommes vraiment heureux d'apprendre la rentrée en présentiel de la prochaine session de la Commission. Mesdames et messieurs, arrivés au terme de la cérémonie d'ouverture du Forum des ONG, nous adressons une fois de plus nos sincères remerciements à tous les panélistes pour la qualité de leurs interventions, mais aussi pour leur disponibilité. Nous remercions aussi les participants pour leur présence et nous tenons à présenter nos excuses pour les difficultés techniques rencontrées lors de cette cérémonie d'ouverture. Je remets de ce fait la parole au secrétariat pour la continuité des activités. Merci. Adama?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for declaring the forum open. Thank you very much, Stephanie, for moderating the opening session. Please accept our apologies for the lost in translation of the, for the remarks that were made by Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela. There was a break in the interpretation service, for which we sincerely apologize. We would now like to move on to the first panel, which will be moderated by Dr. Patrice Vahad, the representative and head of office of the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Guinea-Conakry. Dr. Vahad, if you are online, I'd like to hand over the floor to you for 1 hour, 30 minutes. It's almost 10 o'clock here. I think you have like 5 minutes to 10 here. Can you hear me, Dr.
Okay,
Vahad?
yeah, very,
Okay.
very much.
I just want to request that panelists are on standby. That is Madam Maximilian Gobe, Walda Kiza, Naji Munde Lassen, Colette Lepojani, Melanie Kombate, and Emilio. Please be on standby so that we can manage the time very well. I thank you, and I hand over the floor to you.
Je suis bien connecté, Adama. Je ne sais pas pourquoi on dit que je ne suis pas là. Je suis bien là connecté. J'attendais qu'on me donne la parole. Je suis là.
Yes, it was just to reconfirm, yes, that you are there. Thank you very much. It's over to you, Dr. Vahad.
Okay. Good morning. Bonjour. I will start in English and continue in French for simple reason that we are Africanophone. My Portuguese is very limited, so I will simply say obrigado, but continue in English first. As I said, my role is pretty simple, and that is to moderate and introduce the speakers so that we can get into the gist of our meeting this morning. But you will allow me to also, in turn, salute and greet my sister, Hannah Foster, the ED of our center, which is observing 30 years of existence. For some of us of her generation, human rights took our youth age, and Hannah indeed is perhaps the living example of all that we have contributed or tried to contribute to the shaping of the human rights culture on our continent. I am glad to see so many generations of human rights defenders around the virtual platform, and I would like to really humbly greet each and every one of you. I would like to greet my brother, Remy. Unfortunately, the virtual world has not made possible for us to meet since your appointment as chair of the African Commission. Sister Wamba, thank you for moderating this morning. But I would like perhaps to let you know that from Guinea-Conakry, where I am speaking, you have over 100 human rights defenders, but also civil servants who are following us this morning and who have interest in learning from you and from the global community on the continent about the status of human rights, but also build their capacity as they are confronted with the challenges of political transition. Mon rôle, en vous saluant tous et toutes dans l'intérêt du temps, mais en félicitant l'équipe du Centre africain qui nous réunit ce matin, le centre qui, malgré les défis de Covid, a tenu, malgré toutes les difficultés techniques et technologiques, la présentation de ma sœur de la Commission africaine en langue portugaise en est une illustration ce matin. Mais malgré tout cela, le centre est resté résilient et a été pour nous le point de convergence, nous les défenseurs africains des droits humains, le point de convergence durant toute cette période. Ce centre qui est tenu par ma sœur Anna Foster et son équipe, Adama et tout le reste. Je pense, Monsieur le Président de la Commission africaine et tous les collègues, les amis qui suivent en ligne, que nous devons de réfléchir ensemble à comment soutenir davantage ce centre-là, sans lequel nous ne pouvons plus échanger nos nouvelles, nous enrichir mutuellement et faire avancer de manière substantive, comme le président l'a dit dans ses propos, le travail de la société civile qui est l'un des piliers fondamentaux de la transformation constructive des droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Je n'ai pas de réponse, ce n'est pas à l'ordre du jour, mais je crois que ce centre a besoin d'un accompagnement, d'un appui. Il n'y a pas longtemps, nous retrouvions en présentiel et les contributions, les inscriptions permettaient peut-être de faire fonctionner le centre, mais je ne suis pas sûr que pendant nos discussions, nous nous interrogerons sur comment le centre a pu vivre dans cette situation de Covid. Je pense qu'il faut voir comment mobiliser le secteur privé sur le continent, les fondations sur le continent, pour accompagner notre principal outil de réseautage et de coordination. Je pense aussi, et nous, de la famille des Nations Unies qui avons toujours accompagné le centre, allons continuer à réfléchir en interne pour contribuer à cela. Mais il me semble que la réponse doit venir du continent lui-même, de la société civile. Et si nous décidons d'y réfléchir, c'est sûr qu'on ne manquera pas de trouver une solution à cela. Le premier panel nous introduit dans la description panoramique des principales tendances, des défis à la démocratie et aux droits de l'homme en Afrique depuis la dernière session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Pour ceux qui se joignent à nous pour la première fois, c'est l'opportunité véritable, c'est une université, ce moment-là. Et malgré les difficultés techniques qui se présentent, je voudrais très humblement vous demander de prendre bonne note parce que ça permet aux organisations de la société civile, aux chercheurs qui suivent l'évolution de la situation sur le continent, mais aussi aux honorables membres de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, d'avoir le réel reflet de ce qui se passe dans les pays respectifs, mais entre les pays et ce qui devient donc la tendance globale. La partie que j'admire le plus, ce sont les leçons et les partages d'expériences, c'est-à-dire comment ces dynamiques d'organisation, avec très peu de moyens, souvent avec des défenseurs qui sont réprimés, opprimés, réussissent à faire des résultats assez positifs. C'est ça que nous allons parler en regardant, en ayant une vision géographique de cela avant que, comme Anna le disait tout à l'heure, on puisse avoir maintenant un échange sur les aspects thématiques qui vont suivre. Donc, ce matin, j'ai un panel assez exhaustif de 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 intervenants avec un équilibre presque parfait du genre. Il y a plus de femmes que d'hommes. C'est inhabituel dans une société patriarcale où les hommes se sont arrogés le droit de parler au nom des femmes, mais c'est un bon signe que le forum puisse équilibrer et refléter la démographie africaine en accordant plus de place au leadership féminin. Et je suis ravi d'introduire les unes après les autres et aussi mes frères qui vont intervenir. Il y aura dans cet ordre-là ma sœur Maximilienne qui nous a déjà signalé qu'elle est prête et qui va nous parler depuis l'Afrique centrale, de la situation en Afrique centrale. Elle sera suivie de Keza, qui est au Kenya, qui va nous parler donc de l'Afrique de l'Est. Nous irons en Afrique du Nord avec M. Nadji et nous reviendrons en Afrique australe avec l'une de mes amies de très longue date, Colette, et Mélanie du Togo va nous présenter la situation en Afrique de l'Ouest. Pour terminer, c'est Emilio qui va intervenir et nous faire la présentation au nom de la situation vue de la fenêtre des pays, des réseaux lusophones. Donc, c'est dans cet ordre-là. Chers amis, chacun d'entre vous aura 6 minutes. La minute de la 7e et la minute de transition entre les différentes interventions. Et donc, peut-être pour ne pas trop prendre dans le temps des 7 minutes qui sont allouées à chaque intervenant, vous me permettrez de ne pas lire l'ensemble de vos curriculum vitae qui me sont parvenus par l'organisation, mais simplement indiquer quelques éléments pour vous, pour que les uns et les autres puissent vous localiser. Chantal Maximilienne, nous on aime bien t'appeler Maximilienne. Tu as été de tous les combats depuis plus de 2 décennies. Tu n'es plus à présenter. Dans la région de l'Afrique centrale, Maximilienne est pour nous le symbole de la résilience et du courage qui, au-delà du Cameroun, à partir duquel elle travaille, s'est invitée dans tous les défis en matière de démocratie et des droits de l'homme dans l'ensemble des pays de l'Afrique centrale. C'est grâce à elle que chaque session que nous nous retrouvons, nous avons une lecture réelle de ce qui se passe dans cette région. Maximilienne, je voudrais te remercier ce matin de prendre la parole et de nous donner une vue globale d'ensemble de la situation des droits de l'homme dans un contexte mixte où on essaye de se relever socialement, économiquement, mais aussi sanitairement de COVID-19, mais où il semble y avoir un recul de la démocratie et de la protection des droits de l'homme. Comment est-ce que les défenseurs des droits de l'homme de cette région si importante pour notre continent, la région de l'Afrique centrale, perçoivent la chose, mais mieux, quelles sont les recommandations que vous ferez pour cette session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Je te passe la parole pour les 7 prochaines minutes.
Merci beaucoup, cher grand frère, comme j'aime bien t'appeler. Je ne vais pas prendre plus de temps pour remercier tout le monde et féliciter une fois de plus l'honorable Rémy Ngoï, président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme. Nous avons vu que depuis qu'il est à la tête, c'est avec beaucoup de bousculades qu'il nous bouscule. Et nous pouvons que dire merci à tous les commissaires qui sont avec lui et qui, n'est-ce pas, reboostent la société civile dans ces moments de Covid. Il fallait le faire parce qu'il fallait toujours rester en solidarité. Alors, le rapport du REDAC va s'intituler sur les défis sécuritaires, sur les défis sécuritaires, les restrictions de l'espace civique, la situation des défenseurs des droits humains, les déplacés internes, les femmes défenseurs et la crainte, n'est-ce pas, de changements anticonstitutionnels dans nos régions. Au cours de ces 6 derniers mois, nous pouvons quand même saluer quelques avancées, au niveau, notamment au Tchad, avec la volonté politique du gouvernement du Tchad et de la Centrafrique pour la mise en place des espaces de dialogue entre les parties prenantes dans les conflits à surveiller. L'implication des organisations de la société civile pour la redevabilité des gouvernements dans la mise en place des politiques de riposte COVID-19, parce que tout le monde sait qu'il y a eu plein de problèmes, corruption, et tout ce que nous savons jusqu'à aujourd'hui. On veut bien savoir à quoi a servi, n'est-ce pas, ces politiques de riposte, mais aussi la levée quand même de restrictions barrières dans certains pays, parce que les tests, au moment où tous les autres pays sont en train de lever les mesures barrières, on continue à voir en Afrique qu'on vous fait payer un test à 30 000, à 50 000, alors qu'on parle en même temps qu'il y a des problèmes économiques. Le Gabon, que nous saluons l'avancée, a bien compris et il a levé, n'est-ce pas, ces mesures barrières. Et puis la volonté aussi quand même des autorités tchadiennes apportant la loi amnistie générale avec 300 personnes qui en ont bénéficié, la volonté politique du gouvernement du Gabon qui a accepté la mission de promotion et de protection des droits humains de la Commission en mai 2022, s'il vous plaît. Et à cet effet, nous recommandons juste que la Commission mette à son agenda la loi portant promotion et protection des défenseurs et la libération de notre collègue Jean-Marie Yama. Enfin, nous saluons aussi le décret numéro 221-751 du 28 décembre 2021 du président de la République du Cameroun portant ratification de la Convention des Nations Unies sur les droits des personnes handicapées. Quand nous avons dit ça, nous voulons quand même relever qu'au cours de ces de 2020-2021, la Commission africaine a pris, n'est-ce pas, des résolutions qui vont en droite ligne avec notre travail. Nous voulons citer par exemple ici la sécurité des journalistes et des professionnels des médias en Afrique, la nécessité de faire taire les armes en Afrique conformément aux droits de l'homme, le renouvellement du mandat du groupe de soutien au mandat du rapporteur spécial en Afrique, pour la promotion, le suivi, la mise en œuvre effective des directives sur la liberté d'association de l'Union en Afrique, et la résolution portant nomination de la rapporteure spéciale sur les droits de femmes, et puis la résolution sur les prisons et les conditions de détention en Afrique. Et je passe mon salut, n'est-ce pas, à la commissaire Maria qui nous a entretenus tout à l'heure. Et enfin, la reconstitution du groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires. Maintenant, les défis sécuritaires restent préoccupants et vous avez très bien vu que par rapport à ces défis sécuritaires au Covid, c'est les États signataires de la charte qui utilisent, n'est-ce pas, le prétexte lié à ces défis sécuritaires, pourtant bien réels, pour plus en plus réduire l'espace civique. En violation flagrante, n'est-ce pas, des dispositions 8, 10, 11 de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Ainsi, les libertés fondamentales, association, réunion, d'expression, opinion, accès à la connexion Internet, à la presse, toutes les libertés fondamentales et les institutions démocratiques sont, n'est-ce pas, bafouées de manière flagrante. Les arrestations et détentions arbitraires, le recours aux tribunaux militaires pour juger les militants, les journalistes, portant atteinte au principe du droit de la Commission à un procès équitable à son article 7, alinéa 1-2 de la Charte. Les menaces et représailles à l'encontre des défenseurs, l'exil forcé et massif, dans une impunité répugnante, le tout englobé dans une corruption endémique et systémique qui plonge les gens dans l'extrême pauvreté et les jeunes dans la délinquance, le chômage et la recherche d'Eldorado. Voici la situation globale aujourd'hui en Afrique centrale. Je vais juste prendre des petits cas emblématiques pour ne pas prendre tout le temps. Par exemple, le défi sécuritaire, les chiffres sur les réfugiés. En RDC, en RCA et au Cameroun, les réfugiés et les déplacés internes, les chiffres explosent parce que les guerres et les conflits armés ne font que prendre de l'ampleur. Je ne vais pas donner des chiffres ici pour ne pas prendre du temps. On enverra le rapport complet à la commission et au secrétariat, au secrétariat du centre. La restriction de l'espace civique. Le Cameroun est champion, comme vous le savez, depuis un moment, avec tout ce que cela comporte sur la restriction de l'espace civique, liberté d'association et de manifestation. Personne n'est plus épargné. On parle de Médecins sans frontières. Jusqu'à aujourd'hui, ils ont 4 de leurs membres arrêtés et en détention. On leur reprocherait d'avoir porté dans leur ambulance, n'est-ce pas, un sécessionniste. Et jusqu'à aujourd'hui, leurs 4 membres sont en détention et ils ont suspendu, n'est-ce pas, leurs activités dans les zones en conflit dans les régions du nord-ouest et sud-ouest en laissant les populations dans les difficultés. En décembre 2021, vous avez tous entendu l'interdiction de la réunion du RIDAC à Yaoundé avec déportation, n'est-ce pas, de Mme Corlette Letlodier, directrice exécutive de RISA. Le 16 février 2022, c'est la Fondation Friedrich Ebert qui a vu sa manifestation, n'est-ce pas, interdite par un sous-préfet. Le 25 février 2021 jusqu'à aujourd'hui, c'est l'agrément de l'ONG Un Monde à Venir qui n'est pas renouvelé par le MINAT, c'est-à-dire le ministre de l'administration territoriale, alors que cette ONG, depuis au moins 15 ans, voyait son agrément renouvelé par tacite recondition. Vous avez aussi souvenance que depuis le 27 décembre 2021, les militants du MRC, en l'occurrence au moins 4 d'entre elles, y compris une avocate femme, ont écopé de 7 ans d'emprisonnement ferme pour avoir sur certains marchés. D'autres, on est venu les enlever chez eux et certains sont déjà libérés, d'autres sont encore en détention. En RDC, on va voir avec la manifestation de la Lucha le 24 décembre 2021. Au Gabon, au Tchad, nous avons relevé au moins 3 ou 4 manifestations qui ont été, n'est-ce pas, interdites, mettant donc à mal la liberté d'association et de manifestation. Sur la liberté de la presse, c'est la RDC qui prend, n'est-ce pas, qui est champion. La RDC, depuis 2021, nous avons, n'est-ce pas, vu les arrestations arbitraires, n'est-ce pas, des journalistes, en l'occurrence Chilassi, Bofumbo, Justine Lefimbo aussi, Bandeko, et tout ce que vous pouvez imaginer, Sosten Kabedi. Donc, ça, c'est la RDC qui est champion sur la liberté de presse, d'expression et l'accès à l'information. Ensuite, vient le Cameroun avec la dernière en date, qui est la convocation chez le préfet du Bourri de M. Noufele, la suspension de Equinox et de son PDG pour un mois. Et enfin, il y a le Gabon et le Tchad qui viennent avec un seul, n'est-ce pas, cas. Les représailles, les menaces, surveillance en ligne par certains membres du gouvernement et les groupes armés à l'encontre des défenseurs. Il faut noter que les menaces d'arrestation, les campagnes de dénigrement auprès des partenaires financiers pour nous couper les ressources, l'adoption des lois fiscales restrictives, l'ingérence aux comptes bancaires et menaces de les bloquer, campagne de dénigrement sur les réseaux sociaux, et on en passe. Nous ne sommes plus, n'est-ce pas, aujourd'hui à l'abri, que ce soit par les autorités, n'est-ce pas, ou alors par les groupes armés. On citerait simplement au Cameroun, qui est aussi devenu champion, suivi de la RDC, je ne sais pas pourquoi. Le 8 février, c'est Madame Cyril Béchon qui est convoquée par un commissaire par téléphone. Madame Cyril, c'est directrice exécutive des Nouveaux Droits de l'Homme. Vous savez que moi-même, j'ai été convoquée à maintes reprises à la police judiciaire sous direction de la police scientifique pour la situation juridique du REDAC. Et c'est sur place que Maître Alice Combe, PCA du REDAC, qui nous a représentés, qu'on a entendu que nous aurons détourné les capitaux financiers étrangers et nous blanchissons l'argent. Philippe Nanga, à qui on ne veut pas renouveler l'agrément, subit les menaces directes par voie électronique. Abombala, qui est dans la région du Nord-Ouest, a été, n'est-ce pas, suspendu en tant qu'enseignant à l'université de Béa, région de l'Ouest. Au niveau de la RDC, c'est Disma Kitenge qui est aujourd'hui, n'est-ce pas, qui est aujourd'hui menacé, et avec toute sa famille, simplement parce qu'il a pris position. Et nous tous, nous connaissons Dismas Kitenge. J'en appelle aujourd'hui à la solidarité. Il faudrait qu'on puisse trouver des moyens pour sortir, n'est-ce pas, sa famille si nous ne voulons pas le pire. Il y a Mantendo et Kigagui, et puis il y a des membres de la Lucha qui sont persécutés tout le temps, comme vous le savez. Et il y a des groupes armés aussi qui ne laissent pas des défenseurs. C'est comme ça qu'en RDC, on a vu les défenseurs attaqués par les ADF et attaqués aussi par d'autres groupes armés. Et
Maximilien, tu as dépassé ton temps, donc il faut résumer.
Oui, je résume. Je vais dans les recommandations. J'ai terminé. J'étais vraiment dans les recommandations. Ce que nous demandons, on a 6 recommandations, ou 7 petites recommandations pour la Commission africaine. D'abord, d'encourager le gouvernement de respecter les dispositions de la charte, de libérer purement et simplement les défenseurs des droits humains, les journalistes, les prisonniers d'opinion, en particulier le Cameroun, le Gabon et la RDC, d'encourager le respect des libertés fondamentales à travers la mise en œuvre effective des lignes directrices sur la liberté d'association, réunion, de manifestation, notamment par la société civile, de mettre en place les mécanismes pour lutter efficacement contre l'impunité pour tous ceux qui, n'est-ce pas, se rendent coupables, et de cesser toute forme de menace et représailles et intimidation à l'encontre des défenseurs des droits humains, d'adopter les lois portant promotion et protection des défenseurs en mettant un accent particulier sur les femmes défenseurs, les jeunes filles défenseurs. Et enfin, le REDA recommande à la Commission de demander au gouvernement du Cameroun, du Tchad, de la RDC, de mettre en place des cadres propices de résolution de conflits afin de faire taire les armes conformément à la résolution 446 de la Commission et de demander à l'État du Cameroun d'accepter une mission de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme au Cameroun. Je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment. Désolé de devoir interrompre des importants. Je suis sûr que ça ne couvre pas tout, mais il y aura l'opportunité lorsque les débats seront ouverts pour que les sœurs et les frères des différentes ONG qui nous suivent en ligne, vous êtes très nombreux, complètent les quelques propos liminaires qui sont faits là, y compris également, bien entendu, les recommandations qui vont être débattues et qui seront soumises à la Commission africaine. Alors, nous allons passer de l'Afrique centrale à l'Afrique de l'Est. So we're now moving to Eastern Africa region, and apologies to Wanda, she's not the one speaking. Estela, you will speak on the Eastern African human rights situation. So I would like to call on Estela Tabachiwezi to speak on the situation that is unfolding there. You have 7 minutes. I try to be as fair to everyone as possible. So 7 minutes from now, I will call back in case there's still need for you to expand, to ask that you zoom down to the recommendation. You have the floor. Dada Estela, can you hear me? Hello? Adama or any other person, can you hear me? I gave the floor to Estela, but apparently you're not getting me.
All right, just a second, please.
Okay, okay then. Okay. Okay, colleagues.
So I think also
yeah,
just to move on to the next speaker, I do not see her online at the moment.
Okay. There is I promise we're going to overcome these internet-related challenges. Our chairperson has announced, and I'm sure we will all go to the next session, wherever it takes place, I think in October, to go past this internet-related challenges. Brother Naji, I don't know if you are ready to step in and give us an overview of the situation in Northern Africa. Mr. Naji?
Yeah.
Okay, so please, you have the floor, and you even have 1 minute more. That is 8 minutes to speak on one of the most important parts of our continent. What is happening, because you are the bridge between our continent and two other very important continents. So what's happening in Northern Africa?
First of all, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, comprehensive presentation. You have given us another vision of human rights situation in Africa. So our report will shed lights on the trends, because it is a long report, but it will shed light on the trends, especially the situation of human rights defenders, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly and association. Here, before I start my presentation, I have to mention that there are some good practices in terms of implementation of the updates of the laws. The local laws, the laws, national laws in North Africa, and also the ratification of the international convention. I can make reference here to Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt. But still, there are many challenges, especially freedom of assembly and association and freedom of expression. So freedom of expression remains severely restricted as the government introduced a further draconian legislation criminalizing free speech. They continue to censor the internet and invest in digital surveillance equipment. Human rights defenders faced criminal prosecution, imprisonment, administrative restriction, threats and intimidation. Civil society organizations saw their activity criminalized. Security forces across the region use unlawful force to crush peaceful protests. So, and also here, overcrowding of the condition of prisoners, insanitary, increased risk of COVID-19 in the prison, also the lack of health care, torture, and etc. So I start by Algeria. The Algerian authorities should immediately release human rights defenders, civil society activists, opposition figures, journalists, and all other arbitrarily imprisoned for peaceful exercising their right to speak and assembly. Increasing repression of peaceful protests by Algerian law enforcement agencies. Hundreds of people have been arbitrarily arrested since early September, including many human rights defenders. The wave of arbitrary arrest, which has clearly targeted human rights defenders, is a very bad signal of possible transition to democracy in Algeria. 3 years after the movement known as Hirak began its massive weekly peaceful street marches for political reform, the authority are holding at least 280 activists. For Mauritania, the government should limit the power of executive to dissolve association or deny them their legal recognition, amend the draft law on association to remove the registration requirement or facilitate registration, allow any peaceful group to register, and allow public gathering without a prior authorization unless there is a demonstrable risk mentioned to national security. Morocco defenders of human rights defender may subject to reprisal by the authority, especially journalists who criticize the authority. Moroccan authority have stepped up their restriction on human rights defender, activists, bloggers in the past 2 months, with at least 4 facing for criminal investigation. Tunisia President Kais Said duly dissolution of parliament was followed by 10 new military trials of civilians, 4 for criticizing the president, a marked increase compared to the previous year. 10 trials against the member of security forces for human rights violation as a part of the transitional justice process, dragged on the 3rd year without a verdict. Human rights defenders are subject to frequent arrest, especially in the ranks of damage movement for freedom of sexual orientation, as well as some activists in the Tunisian League for Human Rights. Libya, armed groups and authorities remain responsible for systematic abuses, including long-term arbitrary detention, unlawful killing, torture, and forced disappearance. 100 remain missing since the end of the 2019 Tripoli war, and thousands remain displaced due to damaged properties and the presence of explosive ordnance, including a landmine. Migrant asylum seekers and refugee face arbitrary detention, ill treatment, and exhortation by armed groups linked to the authority, armed groups and smugglers. Militia, armed groups, and security forces continue to arbitrarily detain several thousand people without charge or trial. Egypt, the authority continued to punish any public or perceived dissidents. And severely repressed the right to peaceful assembly, freedom of expression and association. 10 of journalists were detained arbitrarily solely in relation to their work or critical views. In Egypt, human rights defenders remain subject to politically motivated criminal investigation, extrajudicial probation measures, unjust imprisonment, travel bans, asset freeze, and arbitrary inclusion in the list of terrorists, which is an effect banned them from civic work. So, recommendation to the African Commission: Tunisia, halt arbitrary. We call on the Tunisian government to halt arbitrary arrest and respect the international agreed norms of pretrial detention. Stop targeting human rights and local civil society activists. Libya, we call on the authority in Libya to organize democratic and transparent election in the light of Skhirat negotiation. We urge the authority in Libya to respect the right of migrants, protect them from terrorist abuse and slavery. Morocco, we urge Morocco to respect the freedom of assembly and association, and to ratify the African Charter and to rejoin the African human rights system. Egypt, we call on Egypt to respect human rights and guarantee a just trial to human rights defenders and journalists who spend long years of prison before having access to justice. Mauritania, we urge the authority to stop impunity to corrupt officials and to guarantee social, economic right to all Mauritanians without discrimination. Algeria, We call on Algerian government to remove all kinds of restrictions against the registration of association. We call on also the government of Algeria make legislative reform that guarantee the Algerian NGOs to receive national and international funds in accordance with the best practices presented by the Special Rapporteur on the right to peaceful assembly and association. And I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this overview, Mr. Naji. I'm sure Maximilian will say that I was not fair because I gave you 1 more minute, but I will continue being generous in maybe allowing 1 or 2 more minutes rather than cutting you. Dada Stella, Salama, are you available now to give us news from East Africa? Hello? Hello?
Hello, doctor, we can hear you.
Okay, no, I don't know if Estella is online, and I wanted to give us a call.
Her colleague just confirmed that she's online.
Is she? Okay, then.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I can't hear her. If she's there, then let her take the floor.
I assigned her to panelist, and she accepts.
Yes, Estella. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll find.
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Okay.
Yes, now I can hear you, Estella.
Thank you very much.
You need no introduction as far as this constituency is concerned. You've been one of the faithful, very innocent looking, but very persevering in every aspect of the work. And we are humbled that thanks to you, several human rights defenders from Eastern Africa can now acclaim to be poised to be solid leaders of NGOs there, but also globally on the continent for your contribution. But this morning, I wanted to give you the floor to just introduce our conversation on the situation of human rights in Eastern Africa for 7 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes, if you may. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and apologies. I was waiting to be granted access as a panelist. My update will focus on Eastern Horn of Africa, including the countries they are under. As the continent.
To interrupt you, Estella, could you turn on your video, please? I understand now have the option to do that.
Okay.
For the interruption. Thank you for your understanding. Otherwise, I can continue there. Thank you.
Let me turn that on, just a minute. It says the host has not granted me that access, so maybe it can be looked into from your end.
Yeah, just continue for now, and then maybe the next speaker could take that. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Please proceed. Thank you.
All right. So as the continent grapples with the post-COVID-19 period, democracy, rule of law, and human rights continue to be tested in the Eastern Horn of Africa. The region continues to witness a downward trend with increased reports of violations of the rights to freedoms of opinion and expression, association, and peaceful assembly. However, despite the risks and threats, human rights defenders continue their work to promote and protect human rights. Burundi's civic and democratic space remains severely restricted. While the president made a few attempts to release pressure over civil society and Burundian citizens in general, including by releasing prisoners in January 2022, some human rights defenders arrested in the aftermath of the 2015 political crisis remain in jail. The government continues to exert its control and curtail the rights to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and association. Reports of extrajudicial killings, arbitrary arrests, torture, and enforced disappearance of opposition members and government persist. Impunity remains widespread, including for violations and abuses related to the 2015 political crisis. Djibouti and Eritrea remain the most repressive governments in the sub-region. The rights to free expression, association, and peaceful assembly continue to be severely restricted, making it virtually impossible for independent human rights actors to operate in the country.
Hello, Estella. Estella?
Yes, please.
Sorry to interrupt you again. Could you kindly slow down a little bit so that the interpreters will talk with you?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
The Ethiopian conflict has wreaked havoc on millions of people in Tigray and neighboring regions of Afar and Amhara, as well as the Benishangul, Gumuz, and Oromias, which continue to experience intercommunal conflict and localized violence. Gross and systematic violations and abuses, including attacks against civilians, sexual violence, arbitrary arrests, and ethnic cleansing continue to occur. Ethiopian citizens' enjoyment for their freedom of expression has further declined during this period. Ethiopian authorities declared a nationwide state of emergency on 4th November, giving the government broad powers that increase the risk of arbitrary arrest and detention of at-risk communities. Several journalists have been harassed, intimidated, or arrested. The government has made a few positive steps recently, including declaring a ceasefire to allow relief reach afflicted citizens and releasing several political opposition members from prison. The state of emergency was lifted in early 2022, and recently the Prime Minister pointed to talks with the Tigray People's Liberation Front, increasing prospects for peace. Kenya is set to hold general elections in August 2022. The pre-election period is characterized by grave violations, including extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearance, and torture, often committed by security forces. Gender-based violence, primarily against women and girls, continues, and the LGBT community continues to be targeted. To date, Kenyan authorities have used the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse to restrict freedom of peaceful assembly. In this period, the magistrate court in Mombasa found 6 activists guilty of illegally gathering and failing to maintain physical distances in public place. Rwanda continues to stifle its civic space and target those it perceives as critics. Arbitrary arrests, torture, threats, and unfair trials remain commonplace for political opponents, critics, journalists, and bloggers. Several critics continued to be targeted in this period, including Paul Rusesabagina. The civic space environment does not allow for criticism, and as a result, citizens, journalists, media, and civil society self-censor. In Somalia, the presidential election, originally scheduled to take place in late 2020, is postponed until an agreement is reached. The lower house elections, initially scheduled for November to December 2021, have been postponed, and the deadline continues to be further extended. During this period, the right to freedom of opinion and expression remained limited, with both state and non-state actors targeting journalists. Several journalists were harassed, abused, and arbitrarily arrested. In Somaliland, authorities increased the censorship of journalists and the media. In South Sudan, concerns have been raised over the ongoing conflict and the possibility of resumption of the armed conflict at national level. Gross human rights violations and abuses of international humanitarian law continue, including rape, sexual and gender-based violence, and increased attacks on humanitarian workers and convoys. An increase in violence in Upper Nile State and other parts of the country threatens the 2018 peace agreement. On 22nd March 2022, the main opposition force, SPLM-IO, suspended its participation in the security mechanisms tasked with the overseeing of the implementation of the peace agreement. SPLM-AIO claimed the suspension was based on the security mechanisms' ineffectiveness in implementing the peace agreement. On 31st March 2022, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution that extended the mandate of its Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan. Civic space is increasingly restricted as the government continues to crack down on journalists and government critics. Sudan's humanitarian, security, and economic situation has been deteriorating since the coup on 25th October 2021. Security forces continue to violently suppress protests and target protesters. The country has been immersed in a political and social crisis since the beginning of January, following the resignation of Abdallah Hamdok as Prime Minister of the transitional period. The country remains without a functioning government. Several protesters are held without charges and are refused access to their lawyers and families. Moreover, the value of Sudan's currency is depreciating. Consequently, the prices of bread, fuel, electricity, healthcare, and public transport have all skyrocketed. The UN Special Representative Volker Perthes warned that while the protests began as an anti-coup protest, they developed an additional socio-economic character. Additionally, intercommunal violence in Darfur has intensified. Since the swearing in of President Samia Suluhu Hassan in March 2021, Tanzania has taken positive steps to improve its civic space. The government issued new publishing licenses to 4 newspapers banned during the late President John Magufuli's rule. Additionally, it announced its intention to amend the Restrictive Media Services Act. President Samia met with Tundu Lissu, the exiled opposition figure residing in Belgium. Authorities also freed opposition leader Freeman Mbowe and his co-accused after the DPP submitted a motion to dismiss terrorist accusations against them. Despite the positive measures taken, however, the situation remains tense for media freedom. In the first 2 months of 2022, 8 journalists were arrested. The human rights situation in Uganda deteriorated in the reporting period. Restrictions on critics and opposition leaders have increased. Security forces arbitrarily detained, abducted, and tortured critics and political opponents. In December 2021, author Kankwenza Rukia was kidnapped and tortured while held incommunicado. Further, rights to freedom of opinion and expression, peaceful assembly and association are increasingly under pressure. The authorities targeted and arrested several journalists and raided 2 media houses. The main opposition leader, Robert Chagulani, was under house arrest ahead of his scheduled campaign for the by-election in December 2021. To date, close to 30 of the 54 NGOs suspended arbitrarily by the NGO Bureau continue to be under indefinite suspension. Chapter 4 Uganda challenged the arbitrary actions of the NGO Bureau, but courts are yet to rule on the matter. Human rights defenders and journalists face arrest, harassment, intimidation, and assault in reprisal for their work. What are the recommendations we're making? Considering the updates and trends observed in the Eastern Horn of Africa, Defenders makes the following recommendations for action by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. 1, we urge all member states to ensure the protection of human rights defenders, notably by observing the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We call on all member states to adopt specific legislative measures to recognize and protect the status of human rights defenders and protect a working environment conducive for both civil society, as per Resolution 376 adopted by the Commission during its 60th ordinary session in Niamey, Niger. We urge member states to cease the harassment and arbitrary detention of human rights defenders, including those that are working on LGBT rights. We call on states to abide by the guidelines on freedom of association and assembly adopted by the Commission during its 60th ordinary session. We call on member states who have not done so to deposit the declaration under Article 34.6 of the Protocol of the African Court on Human and People's Rights to allow individuals and NGOs to directly submit their cases to the court. We call on the federal government of Ethiopia through independent and impartial bodies to investigate allegations of human rights violations thoroughly and effectively and to hold those responsible accountable, and urge the government to cooperate with the African and international mechanisms, including the African Commission-established Commission of Inquiry on Tigray and the International Commission of Human Rights Experts on Ethiopia, established by the UN Human Rights Council. We call for the adoption of a resolution that strongly condemns the military coup in Sudan and calls for restoration of the civilian-led transitional government and urges respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the right to freedom of association and peaceful assembly. And we also call for an adoption of a resolution urging, among other things, the government of South Sudan to immediately establish and operationalize a hybrid court for South Sudan and other transitional justice institutions as per Chapter 5 of the Revitalized Peace Agreement, and to ensure accountability for crimes committed since 2013, and to put an immediate end to harassment, intimidation, and repression, including by the National Security Service, of independent human rights actors and of those reporting on the human rights situation in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. let's turn to Southern Africa. For that, I will call on Colette. You are the Executive Director, if I have to introduce you, of the Human Rights Institute of South Africa. And we have worked these roles for over 20 years now. Colette, you have conducted research, advocacy, and other forms of capacity building from grassroots to executive level in several countries, including in South Africa. Today, you will introduce the situation of human rights in Southern Africa. You have the floor for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Greetings to everyone. I wish not to use my video due to my very problematic connection. Greetings to you. I'm happy to be on this. I'll begin my presentation. The situation of human rights and democracy in Southern Africa has continued to be a worrying one. Beginning in South Africa, we are currently experiencing a severe rainfall culminating in a state of disaster declared in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. These floods have claimed lives of over 400 people. Many are still missing. They are displaced due to the widespread flooding, destruction of infrastructure, homes, roads, and business. The repairs and relief recovery bill is estimated to cost over billions of rands. The Prince of Zululand has lamented that the rain has brought a curse than blessing, which is always often expected from a rain, and encourage unity in restoring the province. While the environmental activists are highlighting regular maintenance of the stormwater infrastructure drainage system would have lessened the destruction, and are calling the provincial government and Durban municipality to share their disaster management plans. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights passed a resolution 42491 on climate change and forced disappearances. However, this resolution needs to incorporate preventative measures that member states need to adopt for mitigation of climate change. Democracy and human rights, these are rights that citizens in the continent are entitled to be protected, to access justice, equality, peace, and also these rights are enshrined in constitutions of member states in the region. However, these rights continue to be contested against adoption of oppressive laws and harassment orchestrated by the powerful state-sponsored individuals, state agents, and those in authority. A situation that has brought pain and suffering in the SADC region has been allowed to persist and erode the African Union Agenda 2063, including diminishing the spirit of unity, solidarity by discriminating people on ground of nationality. This situation began in South Africa to deteriorate in November 2021 after the government announced the permanent expiry of the Zimbabwean exemption permits on 31 December 2021. This announcement coincided with a local government election, which some politicians use as a tool to promote anti-foreign sentiments, hate speech, hate crimes against refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants who have blamed for the high unemployment and the crime that was spreading in the country. In early January 2022, human rights inhuman and degrading acts were conducted by opposition parties in arbitrary raiding of local businesses and informal trading centers in search of illegal immigrants and illegal activities that have always been blamed to be performed by migrants. They do so without intervention of law enforcement. A vigilante group called Operation Dudula hold rallies, violent protest in various communities unaccompanied by law enforcement, persuading the followers and communities to expel migrants out of South Africa. Elvis Nyati, who used to reside in Gippsland, a marginalized community in the northern part of Johannesburg, was chased by a mob that made a spectacle in his murder that was cruel and inhuman by stoning and burning him to death because he was undocumented. The right to life is guaranteed in the Constitution of South Africa, including safeguarded as inviolable right in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Looking at freedom of association and assembly expression, we see the shrinking space for democracy and for participation and for engagement of association on rights that protect individuals and exposing corruption and violations of human rights. The region has put in place progressive frameworks, declarations, principles, committing state parties to promote human rights, democracy, rule of law. However, these progressive laws are only promoted by lip service only. The SADC region lacks oversight organs to monitor and to ensure accountability and compliance with obligations. The xenophobia in South Africa persists without any condemnation from leaders in the region. Instead, we have seen comments. I hope that this is a fake news, because if it's truth, then really our situation has reached a disproportionate level. The President Mnangagwa has mentioned that the Ndebele people in Zimbabwe, they are criminals, and he is not surprised that such crimes are being committed by them in South Africa. Human rights defenders, individuals and citizens expressing their views in condemning xenophobia, including through protest and assemblies, are harassed, intimidated, and receive death threats. A civil society movement initiated to unite Africans, Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia, provided a notice to conduct protests against xenophobia on the 21st of March, and they were banned with impunity in the Gauteng and Free State provinces. The right to association and assembly are safeguarded in the Constitution, and which was affirmed by the court in providing a judgment that found that the ban was unlawful and unconstitutional, and granted this right to be exercised by the applicants. Also, the contradictory laws to Constitution and SADC protocols is a phenomenon for state parties who are very recalcitrant, continue despite the integration vision, the plans, and the policy of the SADC member states. The state often use election period to promulgate arbitrary laws and inhuman administrative practices to impede freedom of association and assembly and expression. Malawi, Kingdom of Eswatini, Zambia, Zimbabwe continue to present anti-NGO bills and public order laws that place surveillance of civil society, arbitrary arrest, detention, incommunicado, torture, inhuman and degrading treatments, including preventing association, execute their objectives, plans, programs autonomously. The regulatory authorities are also accorded unfettered powers to impose sanctions and exorbitant fines to civil society for breach of these repressive laws. These bad laws affect citizens. They affect dissent, even political parties. For example, in Swaziland, Eswatini, the opposition party, they still remain, members of parliament remain arrested and detained incommunicado without the right to bail and proper due legal process. This is in contradiction of the African Charter guidelines on freedom of association and assembly, which the Commission has developed to assist member states to develop laws that will guarantee Article 10 and Article 11 of the African Charter. The Commission has also adopted Resolution 449, which guides member states to have human rights approach in all the laws that promote freedom of association and assembly. We call in the African Commission to condemn xenophobic attacks in South Africa targeting migrants, and we call the Commission to reinstate Resolution 131, which the Commission called South Africa to invite the Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Migrants, and Asylum Seekers to assist South Africa deal with issue of xenophobia. We are also calling for the arrest of the suspect and for compensation to be provided to the deceased family. And we calling a Commission to urge member states of the SADC to cooperate with the peoples of the region to foster closure relations among communities and association and whole state parties accountable to implement their policies adopted by the SADC. Article 23 and Article 33 to hold member states accountable for implementing laws that undermine their own principles. We are calling the special rapporteurs on the Kingdom of Eswatini, Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe to provide technical support to assist member states to repeal and to stop promulgating laws that are regressive and undermine realization of freedom of association and assembly. And also we call SADC state to implement Article 7 of the African Charter to respect individual right to have their case heard and to guarantee independent courts and improvement of appropriate national institution promoting protection of safeguarded rights, Article 26 and Article 29.8. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Colette. Thanks a lot. Est-ce que Mélanie est en ligne? Mélanie, est-ce que tu peux prendre le relais?
Là.
Tu es là?
Il y a un online.
Voilà, on va laisser les interprètes.
Oui, allô, vous me recevez?
On va laisser les interprètes anglais.
Vous me recevez?
Oui, très bien. Je fais l'introduction et comme ça, je te donne la parole.
Merci.
Voilà. OK, merci Mélanie. Je disais qu'on laisse les interprètes, on change un peu de langue. Mélanie nous joint de Lomé, je pense bien. Tu vas nous parler de la situation assez volatile des droits de l'homme en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et donc, nous sommes un peu avancés dans le temps. Je ne vais donc pas faire trop d'introduction. Je vais simplement te dire que tu as en principe 7 minutes, 7 à 8 minutes. C'est un défi compte tenu de l'immensité des situations en Afrique de l'Ouest et qu'il y a plein de défenseurs des droits de l'homme de cette région qui te suivent en ce moment pour brosser et les autres vont compléter dans les débats tout à l'heure. Je te passe la parole.
Très bien, merci, honorable commissaire, chers participants, tout protocole respecté. Je me permets de vous présenter cette situation de la sous-région très brièvement. L'Afrique de l'Ouest, vous le savez, a connu depuis la fin de 2021 à ce jour des coups d'État au Mali, en Guinée, au Burkina Faso et une tentative en Guinée-Bissau remettant en cause la charte africaine de la démocratie, des élections et de la gouvernance. De même, l'Afrique de l'Ouest connaît un autre phénomène inquiétant qui est la tentative de prise des pays côtiers par la nébuleuse terroriste. Mais au-delà de tout cela, je vais faire remarquer que malgré l'évolution positive de la gestion de la pandémie à la COVID-19, les États d'Afrique de l'Ouest semblent ne pas faire du tout d'efforts pour réviser les mesures de riposte qu'ils ont eu à adopter depuis le début de la pandémie. Et c'est inquiétant parce qu'il y a des restrictions qui continuent d'exister. Et je fais remarquer également qu'il y a la croissance de l'homophobie qui est remarquée, qui se manifeste, un exemple au Ghana, au Togo, en Sierra Leone. Les violences sexuelles et sexistes qui sont de plus en plus élevées dans la sous-région. Des assassinats que nous avons pu également constater au Nigeria. Vous avez appris qu'entre-temps, c'était en mars dernier, 3 membres du barreau nigérien ont été froidement abattus dans un train. Nous constatons des arrestations et détentions arbitraires des défenseurs des droits de l'homme qui sont particulièrement connectés aux lois sur la cybercriminalité que les États ouest-africains ont pourtant dit avoir adopté pour lutter contre le terrorisme. Et de plus en plus, la société civile rencontre des obstacles à la création et à la gestion des associations dans nos États. Et de même, les obstacles à la manifestation pacifique sont enregistrés ça et là, malgré la baisse du niveau de la COVID-19. Et de même, nous constatons des arrestations et détentions arbitraires et de plus en plus de prisonniers politiques dans les prisons des pays ouest-africains. Il y a des allégations au même moment où les gens sont détenus, de plus en plus d'allégations de torture et de traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants sont reçus par les ONG et ces allégations viennent des centres et lieux de détention. Je puis également préciser que tout ceci n'est pas seulement dit en généralité, mais je préfère rapidement dire qu'en Sierra Leone, par exemple, on a vu la police faire un usage excessif de la force contre les manifestants et d'autres personnes. Et on l'a vu également, on l'a constaté également en Gambie avec des cas d'abus de policiers. On a vu des signalements d'abus en août dernier, des bilans de signalements de violence commis par des agents de police. Et sur toute l'année de 2020, toutes les années 2020 à 2021, à ce jour, il y a au moins 141 cas de crimes présumés commis par des policiers. Et jusqu'alors, aucun rapport n'a été fait là-dessus, aucune enquête n'a été ouverte. La surpopulation carcérale est très perçue, est très visible au Cap-Vert. Et en ce moment, on se demande quelle est la solution idéale pour le Cap-Vert en une période où nous disons que la pandémie n'a toujours pas trouvé de solution. Concernant le Mali, les restrictions, je dirais les sanctions adoptées par la communauté internationale vis-à-vis du Mali sont carrément des sanctions qui reflètent une position 2 poids, 2 mesures dans un contexte où on a 3 pays qui ont été victimes de coups d'État. C'est aussi l'occasion de faire remarquer qu'il est important, là c'est carrément une recommandation, que la Commission africaine puisse rappeler aux États qui ont été victimes de ces coups d'État les exigences démocratiques contenues dans la charte africaine de la démocratie, des élections et de la gouvernance. La surveillance des ONG au Niger est devenu particulièrement inquiétant et les défenseurs des droits de l'homme sont entre la rue et la prison parce que tout de suite, on n'a pas le droit de manifester au risque de se retrouver derrière les barreaux. Je voudrais également faire remarquer qu'en ce qui concerne le Togo, il nous a également été rapporté que des journalistes ont été envoyés en prison et à la suite, il y en a un qui est décédé à sa sortie de prison et aujourd'hui encore, il y a des voix qui s'élèvent dans la société qui estiment que le journaliste aurait peut-être attrapé une maladie en prison lors de sa détention. Mais de même, un journal au moins a été fermé au Togo. En Mauritanie, je ne voudrais pas revenir sur la Mauritanie car la question a été déjà abordée par mon collègue d'Afrique du Nord, mais je vais également faire remarquer que la situation des défenseurs des droits de l'homme au Nigeria est de plus en plus critique et qu'en ce qui concerne le Burkina Faso, les écoles sont fermées, au moins 70% du territoire burkinabé est occupé par des forces terroristes. ce qui inquiète à partir du moment où 70% d'un territoire, ce n'est pas petit et ce sera plus difficile alors pour le pouvoir en place de reconquérir facilement les terres si rien n'est fait, s'il n'y a pas une synergie au niveau de toute la sous-région et pourquoi pas au niveau de l'Afrique. Concernant le Ghana, il est important de relever le phénomène d'homophobie qui est également remarqué au Togo, de plus en plus d'attaques contre les personnes qui ont des orientations, une orientation sexuelle différente. Et il y a au Ghana également le journaliste Manasseh Azur Aouni qui a dû s'exiler après un article d'enquête sur un groupe de sécurité privé opérant au château d'Ossou, l'ancien immeuble du bureau du gouvernement au Ghana. Et d'autres journalistes, Abdul Hayi Moumen, Aboubakar Ahmed, David Tamakle, ont été harcelés et menacés par des individus non identifiés. Je m'en vais rapidement conclure en parlant de la Côte d'Ivoire pour faire remarquer que la Côte d'Ivoire a déjà pris une avancée en étant le premier pays à adopter la loi de protection des défenseurs des droits humains et en faisant de la ville d'Abidjan la cité des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Cependant, dans la mise en œuvre du mécanisme de protection des défenseurs des droits de l'homme, il est important que l'État de Côte d'Ivoire prenne en compte la déclaration de Maputo et nécessairement nous voudrions voir des femmes représenter les femmes défenseurs que nous sommes également sur le continent. Plus loin, je voudrais rappeler aux États qui ont connu des coups d'État, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, de se conformer aux exigences démocratiques. Je lance un appel à l'endroit de toute la communauté internationale afin qu'ils évitent l'adoption de solutions sanctions, deux poids, deux mesures, et de sanctions qui mettent en quarantaine des populations du fait de coups d'État, faisant de ces populations des victimes, doublement victimes. J'appelle les États, donc je voudrais demander à la Commission d'appeler les États à réviser les mesures de riposte à la pandémie de COVID-19, conformément au recul de la maladie dans la sous-région. Et nécessairement appeler les États à désengorger les prisons, les inviter à respecter la déclaration de Maputo. Donc, la Commission pourrait appeler les États à respecter le droit à la liberté de manifestation et de réunion pacifique qui n'est toujours pas une réalité depuis que la pandémie a surgi dans notre sous-région. Je voudrais également solliciter auprès de la Commission qu'il soit demandé aux États de faire des efforts, de rassembler des efforts pour lutter contre la montée de la criminalité, comme nous le remarquons au Nigeria, au Libéria, par exemple, mais aussi de renforcer leurs efforts pour lutter contre le terrorisme dans le respect des droits de l'homme. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Est-ce que Emilio est en ligne? Senhor Emilio. Ah, Emilio est là.
Sim, estou online.
Bienvenue. Tu vas clôturer ce cours exposé. Je suis vraiment désolé de donner l'impression de vous presser, mais il nous reste à peine une quinzaine de minutes pour ce panel. Et donc, tu as 7 minutes au grand maximum pour permettre à toute cette audience de pouvoir contribuer aussi à leurs analyses. Tu as la parole, Emilio, pour les pays lusophones. Merci.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente, por ceder a palavra. Eu vou falar em nome da plataforma lusófona dos direitos humanos e vou falar sobre a situação dos direitos humanos em 6 países de língua oficial portuguesa, nomeadamente Angola, Cabo Verde, Guiné-Bissau, Guiné Equatorial, Moçambique e São Tomé. Em Angola, a violação dos direitos humanos foram registrados durante o ano passado e o presente período assassinatos ilegais e arbitrários, incluindo execuções extrajudiciais, desaparecimento forçado, casos de tratamento ou punições cruéis, desumanas ou degradantes por forças de segurança do governo, condições prisionais severas e com risco de vida, detenções arbitrárias e a existência de presos ou detidos políticos. Registrou-se também restrições do espaço cívico, com sérias restrições à liberdade de expressão e imprensa, incluindo violência, ameaça de violência ou detenções injustificadas contra jornalistas e interferência nas liberdades coletivas. Ativistas cívicos foram detidos na província de Luanda por realizarem manifestação, condenados a pagar elevadas custas judiciais para serem postos em liberdade. Há registro da greve dos médicos, que já dura mais de 30 dias, sem uma data para sua suspensão, o que aumentou no país o índice de mortalidade. Os professores de ensino superior estão em greve há mais de 4 meses, aguardando uma decisão do governo. Em Cabo Verde, a Comissão Nacional dos Direitos Humanos e Cidadania relatou 6 denúncias de abuso policial em todo o ano de 2020. E as autoridades investigaram 20 denúncias de violação por agentes da Polícia Nacional, muitos dos quais resultaram em demissão, suspensão e outras ações disciplinares contra funcionários envolvidos. Deve ressaltar ainda que a Procuradoria-Geral da República em Cabo Verde registrou 141 casos de supostos crimes cometidos por agentes da lei entre agosto de 2020 a julho de 2021. De ressaltar que, da parte do governo, a intervenção para a solução desses casos. Na Guiné-Bissau, foram registradas violações de direitos humanos que incluíram relatos de tratamentos cruéis, desumanos ou degradantes por parte da polícia, condições prisionais severas com risco de vida, prisão e detenção arbitrária e represálias politicamente motivadas contra indivíduos em outros países. Sérios problemas com a independência do judiciário e sérias restrições à liberdade de expressão à mídia, incluindo violência contra jornalistas. O governo tem mecanismos para investigar e punir os funcionários que cometeram abusos e que envolveram corrupção, mas a impunidade continua sendo um problema sério. Guiné Equatorial, foram registradas várias violações, incluindo execuções ilegais ou arbitrárias, execuções extrajudiciais por parte do governo, tortura ou tratamento ou punições cruéis, desumanas ou degradantes pelo governo, em nome do governo e nas condições prisionais. Interferência arbitrária ou ilegal na privacidade, sérias restrições à liberdade de expressão e mídia, incluindo violência ou ameaças de violência contra jornalistas, prisões ou processos injustificados de jornalistas, censuras e existências de leis difamatória e criminal. O governo tomou algumas medidas para processar ou punir funcionários que cometeram abusos ou se envolveram em corrupção, incluindo alguns casos motivados por críticas da imprensa e do público, seja na força de segurança ou em outras partes do governo. Mas a impunidade é um problema por resolver. Moçambique, restrições do espaço cívico. Questões significantes de direitos humanos incluem execuções ilegais ou arbitrárias, extrajudiciais, desaparecimento forçado pelas forças de segurança e do governo e também condições prisionais severas com risco de vida. Prisões ou detenções arbitrárias sérias, a liberdade de expressão e da mídia, incluindo ameaças a jornalistas. A falta de investigação e responsabilização pela violência baseada no gênero e a situação do terrorismo no norte continua preocupante. O governo tomou medidas para investigar, processar e punir alguns funcionários que cometeram abusos de direitos humanos e se envolveram em práticas corruptas. No entanto, a impunidade e a corrupção continuam a ser um problema a todos os níveis. São Tomé e Príncipe, houve um relato de agentes do governo que cometeram um assassinato arbitrário e ilegal. Em março do presente ano, Nelson Rita de Neves, um homem de 23 anos, morreu no hospital após ser espancado numa cela, enquanto estava sob custódia policial. O governo tomou algumas medidas para identificar, investigar, processar e punir alguns funcionários que cometeram abusos, incluindo a corrupção. Agora vamos apresentar algumas recomendações que apelamos que sejam tomadas as seguintes medidas. Encorajamos a Comissão Africana a intensificar o diálogo com os países africanos para a redução da brutalidade policial, especialmente no espaço cívico. Encorajamos a Comissão Africana a intensificar o diálogo para a abertura do espaço cívico, especialmente a realização de manifestação e reunião que são realizadas de acordo com as constituições e a lei. Apelamos à Comissão Africana que intensifique o diálogo com os Estados lusófonos, nomeadamente Cabo Verde, Guiné-Bissau, Guiné Equatorial, Moçambique e São Tomé e Príncipe, para a apresentação de relatórios de implementação da Carta Africana e respectivos protocolos. Apelamos à Comissão Africana a dialogar com os países dos PALOPs sobre o cumprimento das regras de Robin e demais instrumentos sobre o tratamento de presos e pessoas sob a custódia da polícia. Apelamos também à Comissão Africana a intensificar o diálogo para a investigação e punição dos agentes de autoridades envolvidos em casos de detenções arbitrárias, execuções sumárias em países lusófonos, nomeadamente Angola, Guiné-Bissau, Guiné Equatorial e Moçambique. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado. Dear friends, when a situation like this happens on the international arena, we call for a democratic decision-making. We are far behind schedule. According to my watch, we should finish in 5 minutes. But we were normally given 40 minutes for all of you, and I'm sure there are several with very bright contributions to come in. But then after that, after our session, comes the second panel, which is equally important, which has to take stock of COVID-19 and how we build back from it. So I wanted to negotiate your 15 minutes of health break by giving us 5 to 7 minutes of that time for me to maybe welcome 3 or 4 contributions, 1 per each of the sub-region that was represented, and a brief one. Is that I cannot see you, and this is the beauty of virtual meetings, but I hope Adama and the organizers would not mind that I chip a few minutes so that you can, at least we can give the floor to 1 or 2 to say something. Adama, is that okay?
Yes, Doctor, that's fine. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I will maybe begin by saving the time by not summarizing what has been said, but rather giving the floor to, it's first come, first served on this basis. Please, when you look at your screen on your Zoom, you'll see the raise hand icon, which gives you opportunity to raise your hand. Click on that, I will see your hand. Or on the chat box, indicate your name, and then I give you the floor. But I will now take on any contribution, question from Central African presentation that was made by Maximilian. Whoever wants to take the floor should raise his or her hand now. And if there is none, Then I will move to the situation of Eastern and Horn of Africa. I can see Abu Bakrin wants to take the floor. Abu Bakrin, you have the floor.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. C'est honorable
Abou Bakrin, vous avez la parole.
membre du comité des experts sur les droits et bien-être de l'enfant. J'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'attention la présentation des panélistes, mais j'ai constaté, de par tous les panélistes, ils ont oublié un pan assez important des droits de l'homme, qui est le droit des enfants. J'aimerais attirer votre attention que l'Union africaine a 3 organes qui peuvent statuer sur les droits de l'homme, que sont la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, la Cour africaine et le Comité des experts sur les droits et bien-être de l'enfant. J'aimerais que les ONG prennent en compte la violation des droits des filles et qui pose problème au niveau de l'Afrique, surtout les mutilations génitales féminines, le mariage précoce, l'accès à l'éducation. Ce sont des questions qui nous assaillent certainement quand on aborde le deuxième sujet sur le retour en sécurité des enfants à l'école post-Covid. Il est important de prendre en compte tous ces aspects. Et on a constaté qu'il y avait une recrudescence des violences faites aux enfants à domicile parce qu'il y avait le confinement, il y avait les enfants ne sortaient pas, les enfants n'étaient pas à l'école, il y avait des cours en ligne. On aimerait que les ONG qui parlent des droits de l'homme prennent en compte cet aspect des droits des enfants, que j'aimerais au passage que les ONG, que ce soit l'Afrique de l'Est, l'Afrique du Nord, l'Afrique de l'Ouest, prennent en compte ces aspects assez importants. Monsieur le modérateur, j'aimerais poser ma question à Madame la panéliste de l'Afrique de l'Est. C'est par rapport au protocole.
Okay, Abu Karim, thank you so much. I think the point is taken and it was an oversight, but I can also take responsibility for rushing the panelists to squeeze them as much as possible. But yes, indeed, COVID was an illustration of the vulnerability of our children in many ways, either at school, but also from school and living in confinement with adults. Rape cases and child abuse have been rampant. So I think this is something that we need to put on record as an important element to bring to the attention of the African Commission. Is there any other person who wants to take the floor?
Elino
Eastern Africa.
Yes, Elino.
Elena, please. Elena?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Very well now.
Greetings to everybody. I'm really happy to be here today. I would briefly go to a point of very great concern. This concerns Central Africa, and I want to thank Maximilian for citing the points that she had cited especially concerning Cameroon. I would like to really point out that Cameroon has a serious problem that needs to be looked into. I am speaking as a human rights activist fighting for the release of prisoners of conscience all over Cameroon. And the situation there is really dire. We have babies who are born in jail. These babies have committed no crime. Some have even been said to have been released, but they are still there. And sometimes nobody even knows that these children are in prison. Each time I talk about this, I get so emotional, and I am pleading, I am really pleading that this issue be looked into. This is my greatest appeal, not just the children. We have prisoners in jail. We have detainees who have no idea why they are in jail. They have committed no crime. Most often it is because of where they come from, coming from a minority area. And they are judged according to a legal system that they have no idea about, in a language they have no idea about, in a military tribunal where they have no way to defend themselves. Some of them do not even find their way to court. They are past the judgment with no appearance in court. I am pleading that we look at this. I know the situation is everywhere, but this really needs to be addressed, especially that of the children in jails, women and children. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think it calls for no comment. We can see the emotion behind your call. And that emotion translates the power of our networking and the power of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is our principal mechanism for advocating and advancing human rights for those who are left behind or in the confine of silence. So I think everybody has heard your call. I see here on my list, Jean-Irene. I have, no, please, can you allow me to, okay, there's a translation going on, okay. There's an over, there's a crossover in language, but I have, in this order, Jean-Irene, who will speak on West Africa, Albert, East Africa, Yasmine and Churchill. So, Jean-Irene, tu as la parole pour parler de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Alors, est-ce que Jean-Irene nous entend? Bon, si Jean-Irene n'est pas là, je donne la parole à Albert pour parler de la situation en Afrique de l'Est.
Allô, vous m'entendez? Allô?
Oui, Jeanne, excusez-moi, il y a une ONG qui est ACHPR Guinée. Si vous pouvez mettre votre speaker en off. S'il vous plaît, ceux qui je ne donne pas la parole, mettez vos speakers en off. Merci beaucoup pour qu'on puisse s'entendre. Jeanne-Irene, tu as la parole.
Oui, bonjour à tous. Je suis Jeanne-Irene, je suis chargée des programmes seniors article 19. C'est avec beaucoup d'intérêt vraiment que j'ai suivi ce panel. Je voudrais revenir sur l'Afrique de l'Ouest où on a vraiment noté qu'il y a pas mal de défis qui sont présentés, notamment au niveau sécuritaire, les points de transition. Et je voulais juste savoir si Madame, je pense que c'est Émilienne, non, c'est pas, comment elle s'appelle, la dame qui a présenté pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest pouvait mettre à disposition le rapport et également relever que j'ai entendu des points de violation ça et là, mais on n'a pas cité le Sénégal. Est-ce à dire que tout va bien au Sénégal? Je ne pense pas, parce que moi, je suis basée au Sénégal et on a quand même noté que l'espace civique, de nombreuses années, on constate l'arrestation des activistes, des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. On a noté également que la situation en termes de droits de manifestation sont limités. Il y a peu d'organisations.
Merci Jeanne-Irene. S'il te plaît, on n'a pas le luxe de faire du développement. On a pris la question sur la situation, pourquoi le Sénégal n'a pas été cité. Tout à l'heure, la collègue va expliquer un peu, peut-être y réagir. Donc, je voudrais donner la parole à Albert pour l'Afrique de l'Est.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Albert Tarema from Kigezi Kavale in southwestern Uganda. I'm speaking on behalf of the East Africa, the report that was presented by Keza. The organization I lead is a human rights organization. We are working in the southwestern Uganda. And
Mdugu, please go, Mdugu, sorry to cut you. Please go straight to the point
Yes,
So
that's where
we are
I'm going.
time. Yeah, please.
The report did not capture the issues of the Batwa evictions here in the southwestern Uganda, and now we have an influx of refugees coming in from Congo, which is even going to worsen the situation. And secondly, this minority group was not given a health plan, education plan. The children are just languishing in the area. Then thirdly, the teenage pregnancies in Uganda did not come out well in that report. Can it be captured also so that it's an issue for discussion, because many teenage girls missed out school and they are going to be a big burden on dependents in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sebo. Can I call on Yasmin?
Yes. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
That's Yasmin Gabr from MAD for Peace, Development and Human Rights in Egypt. Thank you for giving MAD for Peace, Development and Human Rights the floor to participate in this session. It would be no exaggeration to say that the existence of democratic systems that support the stability of countries and preserve their wealth is the only solution for achieving comprehensive development. About the situation in Sudan, MAD for Peace, Development and Human Rights recommends the Sudanese government to ensure the activation of the terms of the 2020 peace agreement. It also recommends the special procedures in the African Commission to enhance the establishment of an independent body working to implement the principles of good governance and strengthening the foundations for effective oversight over the performance of military and civilian components in the political side now. Following the decision to extend the transitional period of Mali's president, Assimi Goïta, who participated in 2 military coups, can we assume that democracy is threatened in Mali and that the infection of coups will transmit from Mali to other West African countries? The imposition of harsh sanctions by the ECOWAS in January 2022, including the closure of the borders and the imposition of a trade embargo on Mali in response to the extension of the transitional period, would undermine the current government, but it would also cause a sharp deterioration in health and social conditions for the population in Mali. Moreover, every day we hear of several mass killings committed by the army and its allies from the Russian Wagner forces. This brings the country into a state
Please summarize now. Please summarize now.
Okay. MAD also stresses the importance of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to establish a fact-finding committee on the situation in Mali and Sudan to stop shedding blood and hold all preparators accountable. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Churchill from Kenya. Karibu. Bwana Churchill, Ndugu Churchill, if you are not available, then I will ask Desio to take the floor. Churchill? Okay, is Desio still online?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Please go. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So just like a colleague mentioned about probably the reports not capturing issues affecting children, I want just also to expand that to issues around sexual reproductive health and rights. So just recently in March, UNFPA released a report that is highlighting the teenage unintended pregnancies across the globe. But we do know that in Africa, I think it's across the continent as well, it's been a concern. I think it's linked to COVID, but we know that there are structural issues that need to be also included. So for example, in Africa, we've got countries like Kenya, they were in some plans by the ministry, the government, to kind of like put restrictions in access to contraceptives for adolescents. That's a concern that probably could be included in the updates. In other countries such as Malawi, we know that in December last year, 2021, it's one of the countries that kind of opted out of not signing or being party to the ESA commitments, which was focuses on ACHPR as well. So those are kind of like key policy decisions that government are making that are progressive with regards to sexual reproductive health rights. So I wanted to highlight that too, so that it's
Thank you so much. Est-ce que je peux demander à Ousmane Sow de la Guinée de prendre la parole? Ousmane Sow. Mais je vois Ousmane Sow et Loseni Condé. Une seule personne pour la Guinée. Vous choisissez entre vous deux. Vous avez 1 minute. Allô? Est-ce que M. Sow ou M. Condé sont en ligne? Bon, en attendant, je vois une main qui est marquée Galaxy A51. Je ne peux pas identifier Galaxy A51. Si vous pouvez écrire dans le chat box qui vous êtes, comme ça je peux vous donner la parole. Allô? Who is on Galaxy A51 that wanted us to take the floor? I cannot call any name by Galaxy. This is a phone. Okay.
Isiaka is online. Isiaka, yes, and his virtual hand is raised up. So I believe he's still around, but I can't find Usman Sow. But Mr. Conde is online.
Okay. I cannot hear the colleagues from Guinea. I haven't heard Churchill. Albert has spoken. Who is Galaxy A51?
Yes, it's me. Can you hear me?
Who is who?
Abubakar Sedikan. My name is Abubakar Sedikan. I've been connected since in the morning.
Yeah, but since I don't see your name, go ahead and you have your minutes.
Yes. Yeah, well, the lady who came from Cameroon, who was raising the issue of having some kids.
Please go ahead.
No, he's speaking. Yes, please continue, Abubakar.
Yes, I want to reiterate the issue of the lady who just came and then was very emotional about the prison system in Cameroon. I just want to add my voice there that is something that we need to come on and then consider and address it as soon as possible, because kids in such situations, that is not going to be good for their health condition, and if you look at their human rights situation, is not going to help. So I don't know what the Cameroonian government is thinking actually. Thinking about, there must be a solution for those people, because they are not the offenders of law. So at least an alternative must be given to help them to see them out of that situation. That's what I want to contribute.
Thank you so much. Can I give the floor? Est-ce que M. Sow ou M. Condé peut prendre la parole maintenant? Allô? Est-ce que M. Sow ou M. Condé peuvent prendre la parole? Qui avait demandé, bon, je vois dans le chat box, c'est une question à la Commission africaine qui demande est-ce que la Commission africaine prévoit faire pour lutter contre l'impunité en Guinée? Je crois que c'est ça la question qu'il voulait poser. Nous allons devoir clôturer cette session qui est très importante, mais nous sommes talonnés par la prochaine session qui devrait commencer maintenant. Je vais donner 1 minute. Est-ce que vous pouvez muter vos micros pour ceux qui ne prennent pas la parole, s'il vous plaît? Je crois que c'est bon, c'est bon. Si vous pouvez muter, je donne 1 minute à chacun des intervenants, pas pour répondre à toutes les questions qui ont été posées, mais ce serait une façon de conclure. Si vous pouvez parler en moins d'1 minute, ce serait bien. Alors, Maximilienne, je te passe la parole. Alors, est-ce que Maximilienne est toujours là?
Je suis là.
Je te passe la parole, tu as moins d'1 minute pour répondre ou faire un mot de clôture.
Mais je voulais d'abord remercier toute la communauté des organisations de la société civile et les commissaires qui sont connectés. Et je suis sûre aussi que les membres du gouvernement sont avec nous, ils nous écoutent très bien. Nous voulons simplement leur dire que nous ne sommes pas les ennemis. Nous sommes là pour veiller à ce qu'ils respectent simplement la charte, les dispositions de la charte qu'ils ont librement ratifiées. Et c'est de notre rôle. Et ce rôle-là, nous devons le jouer. Ils doivent nous laisser jouer ce rôle sans menace, sans intimidation, parce que ce n'est que comme ça qu'on va avoir des pays de l'Afrique en paix, un développement durable. Aujourd'hui, où nous faisons face à des multiples crises, des conflits armés, la recrudescence, n'est-ce pas, de toutes sortes de groupes armés, il n'est pas nécessaire que les autorités qui ont en charge de nous protéger, n'est-ce pas, qu'elles soient nos bourreaux. Je voudrais féliciter Madame Hannah Faustin, parce qu'on n'a pas souvent l'occasion de le dire, parce que nous faire rester en contact permanent comme ça et avoir, je vois là, on est 141 et je suis sûre qu'on est plus que cela. Et ça, c'est ce que nous avons voulu depuis que nous sommes ensemble, depuis au moins 20 ans, la solidarité, toujours la solidarité, rien que la solidarité. Le Cameroun traverse des moments très difficiles, je ne peux que le dire.
Merci,
il est bon que la Commission africaine, toute la communauté, je termine, et toute la communauté des défenseurs des droits humains soit solidaire avec ce qui se passe au Cameroun et n'oubliez pas l'Afrique centrale. Merci beaucoup.
Stella, you have the floor if you have one word to add. Is Stella still with us?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please
okay.
go ahead, Stella.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I am inviting.
Thank you so much
not Naji. I am inviting Estella.
Okay, sorry.
Estella first. My sister, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to appreciate the moderator, appreciate the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies for convening us, and all participants online that have taken part in the opening of this NGO forum. I reiterate our recommendations made and emphasize that we all have a role to play towards promoting democracy, human rights, and good governance on the continent. And we continuously urge the Commission, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, to pay utmost attention to the recommendations and the resolutions that come out of this NGO forum convening that will contribute towards an improved human rights situation on our continent. I thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak about the updates in the Eastern Horn of Africa sub-region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My brother Naji, now you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. I would like to, on behalf of the the network of the Independent Commission in Northern Africa congratulate and thanks a lot, Mrs. Hanna, for convening this forum. I would like also to thank commissioners, honorable commissioners, moderator, panelists, and participants. I encourage Northern African countries to update laws on freedom of assembly and association, also to respect the freedom of expression, also to adopt laws that protect human rights defenders, like what we have seen in Ivory Coast. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Colette. Hello? Is Colette there?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, please, you have your floor now.
Yes, I've been battling to follow some of the comments. If you could just sum up for me, I can respond to one or two. I've heard.
Unfortunately, there's no time to respond. I had welcomed the panelists to say a few words as a closing remark.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers that spoke, and also those that have asked questions and contributed to this presentations that each one of us has made. We are living in very difficult times. We need to work together. Our continent definitely needs all our efforts. We can see the human rights situations that are continuing, that are getting even worse, that are even beyond the mechanisms that we have that are supposed to offer solution. We are calling to all of us to unite. We are calling for Africa to unite, the citizens of Africa to work together and to strengthen the African Commission on Human and People's Rights mechanisms. We are also encouraging the African Commission because they are overwhelmed with appeals, with communications. I am appealing to the African Commission that we are calling for the reinstatement of that resolution where the Commission condemned what is taking place, the violence, the attacks, the murders, the destruction of properties of persons who are living in South Africa only because they happen to be fellow Africans outside the borders of South Africa. We are calling the African Commission to really adopt a resolution that will encourage unity, solidarity, and social cohesion. We want the African Commission to succeed in promoting the African Charter in our countries. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mélanie, si tu as deux mots sur de clôture.
Merci. Oui, merci. Je commence d'abord par remercier donc le centre et mes collègues du Steering Committee et surtout le président de la commission et les commissaires présents. Mais également, je tiens sincèrement à remercier les interprètes qui nous ont toujours accompagnés. Et j'en profite pour dire à ma collègue d'article 19 que j'ai simplement présenté la synthèse au vu du temps imparti et si elle a besoin du rapport, qu'elle s'adresse au Centre africain, qui est le secrétariat exécutif de l'activité. Je voudrais ici appeler la Commission à sortir un communiqué à l'endroit de la jeunesse africaine pour décourager celle-ci qui est en train de prendre parti pour des groupes terroristes. Parce que nos terroristes, au niveau de l'Afrique, ne nous viennent plus d'autres continents, mais ce sont les jeunes de notre continent qui sont engagés en tant que terroristes. Et il y a grand intérêt à ce qu'un appel soit lancé à leur endroit pour leur expliquer que la solution pour ce continent ne viendrait pas de là. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Emilio. Emilio, you have your one word. Allô? Oui, Emilio, prends la parole, s'il te plaît.
Obrigado. Apenas agradecer. Agradecer o centro por mais essa iniciativa. E também a presença dos ilustres comissários que nos honram neste nosso fórum. e deixar talvez uma palavra, porque a nível do continente continuamos a registrar restrições do espaço cívico. Cada vez mais os ativistas e defensores de direitos humanos estão sendo detidos por causa de manifestarem. Então, a eles e a todos detidos por manifestarem, vai a nossa solidariedade e o nosso apoio. Muito obrigado e bem-aja.
And thank you so much to all of you. Just to let you know, a few, maybe by way of closing, that this is just the first panel. And if I did not allow time to many of you who wanted to contribute, and I can see that you are still contributing in the chat box, it is in the interest of time only. But please stay on. We still have a session today and tomorrow. Those who have not seen the program and the agenda has been circulated in the chat box, but this was just a starter. Please, I will really welcome you. If you have contributions, send them to the center to enrich. This is our collective work. We, as the chairman of the commission said in the opening remarks, it is one of the pillars. The making of what my sister called for, umoja, the unity of our continent, is not something that is just proclaimed. We all have to be architects, engineers, and makers of this. So the forum is our padari, as we say in Zimbabwe. It is a place where we will come and meet some issues, and we all compete with great ideas, but this is where it's our engine room. And I really would like to salute Remy and the entire commission of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, but also the other mechanism for really giving the voice and the space to the civil society and to the human rights defenders on this continent. Remy and your team, we all stand behind you. It is also important that as a community of human rights defenders, we stand out to advocate and defend for the resources, but also for the space of those mechanisms. And I mean the African Commission on Human and People's Rights within the architecture of the African Union. It's about time that we give and we strengthen the credibility of the continental mechanism as much as possible by supporting them in any means possible. It is through our support and the credibility we give to the work of the African Commission that the rest of the global mechanism will pay attention and tribute to them. And I think it is a treasure that we have brothers and sisters who are so open and so humble serving on that commission. We serve by proxy. So I think it's important that as the session opens in 2 days' time, they really hear, and I'm sure Hannah will articulate that better than I'm doing now, our word and message of solidarity and support. This community is not just about listening or listing challenges, but it's also about availing ourselves, sisters, sons and daughters of this continent, to rally behind our African mechanism to push the frontier of ignorance and violation of human rights on the continent. For me, it was a pleasure to moderate this, and I apologize to Colette for eating a little bit into her time. But for moderating this, I will still stay on, and I am encouraging all the other colleagues who have joined this morning to continue staying in touch. Your contribution, please send them in writing, and the center will try and make sense out of it by way of the recommendation that will be presented in 2 days' time to the commission. Here ends my moderation, and I would like to hand the floor over to the African Center, thanking you all for your great attention and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
from Anita as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrice Fahad, for moderating that session. We thank you so much for your time, and to all the steering committee members, thank you so much for your time. And to the panelists and to the participants for your questions, your comments, and your observations. We thank you so much for being so active. As per the agenda, we should have had a short health break. But in the interest of time, what I'd like to propose is for participants, wherever you may be, you can take a minute to grab a cup of tea, a glass of water, walk around a few minutes so that we can just be able to move on to the next panel, which will be the last one for the day. So that being the case, I'd like to invite Ms. Amy Ongeso, who is a Senior Global Officer at the Legal Empowerment Network, and Mr. Andrews Gananga, who is the Executive Director of the Legal Aid Forum from Rwanda. They would be moderating the next panel, which will be on a call for increased financing and recognition of community paralegals in Africa. Dr. Madam Amy Ongeso, if you're online and if you could hear me, as well as Mr. Andrews Kananga, if you can hear me, I'd like to hand over the floor to both of you for 1 hour, 15 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Adama. I hope you can hear me.
Oh, fine. Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Adama. There's been a slight change in how we will do things. I will moderate, and Mr. Andrews Kananga from Rwanda will give the opening remarks on behalf of the Africa Center of Excellence on Access to Justice. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, all protocol observed. Welcome to this session. My name is Amy Ongeso, and I'm the moderator. I work for the Legal Empowerment Network that is convened by NAMATI. I am based in Nairobi, Kenya. What we are is the largest community of grassroots justice defenders in the world. Our goal is to cultivate a global movement for grassroots justice, one that is capable of collectively tackling the greatest justice challenges of our time. So I welcome you to join us in this journey. I'm sure you will agree that today's topic is quite timely. As a continent, we are aware of the justice gap that exists and how community-based paralegals have been crucial in bridging this gap. Through various efforts, community-based paralegals have been recognized in law in some states, and it was assumed that this recognition would not only further support community-based paralegals, but that the state would finance their work. Has this been the case to date? In strongly advocating for the recognition of community-based paralegals, did we drink the poisoned chalice? When we look at the contentious issue of recognition, especially state recognition through legislative or policy frameworks, or the various legal aid acts or policies that we have in place, we encounter new barriers that are mainly anchored on state ideology and philosophy on the role of community-based paralegals. So instead of viewing paralegalism as a skill, the state views it as a profession, thus introducing, the necessary bureaucracies associated with professionalization. You must have this level of education, you must be trained for X number of months, you must pay Y amount to be trained, or in some cases, you must pay yearly fees, you must have good command of English, good command of French, and the list goes on and on. Please don't get me wrong, there is a valuable place for professional paralegals. However, the role of the community-based paralegals in enhancing access to justice cannot and should not be undermined. The legal exclusion of community-based paralegals is the foundation of challenges relating to their recognition, legitimacy, and financing. So today, it is our hope to reflect on this journey of anchoring community-based paralegals in law. What is working? What is not working? And how can we work together with the state and other actors within this justice ecosystem to meaningfully and effectively support the work of community-based paralegals? So before we start our session, I'd like to begin with, I think it's a saying from Rwanda, that if you're building a house and a nail breaks, do you stop building or do you change the nail? I hope today's session will help us determine whether we change the nail or whether we stop building the house. So to start us off, I invite Andrews Kananga, who is the current Executive Director of the Legal Aid Forum in Rwanda and a founder member of the Africa Center of Excellence on Access to Justice, to give some opening remarks. Andrews, karibu sana. Andrews? Hello, Adama, could you check if Andrews is
okay? I'm here. Thank you very much, Amy. I was asking for permission. I think finally I have. Can you hear me now?
Yes, quite clearly, Andrews. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Amy, colleagues, participants. Good afternoon.
You have been upgraded to panelists. Kindly accept, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can, Andrews.
All right.
Hello? Hello, I think we lost Andrews. Is Andrews with us? Hello, Andrews?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes, please proceed now.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity to deliver a few remarks on behalf of the African Center of Excellence on Access to Justice. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this panel discussion themed Unpacking Recognition and Financing for Community-Based Paradigms in Africa in this auspicious NGO forum. The African Center for Access to Justice is the continental network of civil society organizations working to promote access to justice, universal human rights, rule of law, legal aid for marginalized and poor communities in Africa. The center was officially launched in 2017 in Kigali during the Continental Conference on the collaboration of the judiciaries and community-based justice institutions. The center is registered in South Africa, and its secretariat is currently hosted in Malawi by one of our founder member, Paradigo Advisory Service Institute. The founding members of the organization of this center are the Paradigo Advisory Services Institute in Malawi, and it's headed by Clifford, who will be also on this, will be in this audience. Team Up for Justice in Africa, represented by Dr. Simeon Kuroma from Sierra Leone, the Executive Director of Kituo cha Sheria, who is also here and will be speaking shortly, and our colleagues from South Africa, from the Community Advice Offices of South Africa, Ms. Tenoro. They all be speaking about our experiences on access to justice and paradigm work in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Union 2063 agenda, the Africa we want, is a shared strategic framework for inclusive growth and sustainable development, and is based on 7 aspirations. It is intricately linked to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Both the policy documents are designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all of us. The African Union identifies justice as a key aspiration for member states. Aspiration number 3 of the African Union Agenda 63 focuses on an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. It aspires for an Africa to have a universal culture of good governance, democratic values, gender equality, and the respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. The aspiration envisages, among many other things, access to independent courts and judiciary that dispense and deliver justice without fear or favor, affordable and timely access to justice for all, entrenchment of human rights, justice, and rule of law can only occur where state financing is made a priority and allocations are made by institutions, especially to fund paralegal programs, so as to achieve aspiration 3 of the agenda. The African Union agenda reaches its 10-year mark next year. It is crucial that NGO actors such as ourselves review the steps taken by the African government towards the full realization of the aspiration and also aspiration 3. This panel discussion focuses on just on this and will be unpacking. The panel members will help to unpack on how to achieve financing for community-based paralegals in Africa. Access to justice in Africa is largely led by community-based paralegals working directly with communities. Notably, the ratio of advocates to the general population in many African countries is very low, as we are all aware. Access to legal practitioners can only be too costly, too specialized, and too far away to serve those in need. The disproportion of supply and demand for legal services has been greatly alleviated through empowerment of communities as paralegals, and thereby forging a partnership between community-based paralegals, legal empowerment organizations, and advocates. However, challenges relating to financing, recognition, and regulation of paralegal programs may come with new barriers. The panel discussants will share their experiences from their respective countries and regions in Africa. Our center, in collaboration with the University of the Western Cape, conducted the research project on legal recognition of paralegals in Africa, in Zambia, Mozambique, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, and Tanzania. The research established that paralegals were conducting crucial work on access to justice. However, formal recognition, financing, and regulation overburden most paralegals in the research countries. It is on the basis of evidence-based research such as these that the African Center of Excellence for Access to Justice has committed to advocate for the framework and financing that works for community-based paralegals. Following this panel, we hope to reaffirm and reiterate the importance of government financing of justice, more so the work of community-based paralegals in Africa. The outcome of the discussion can guide the implementation of Aspiration 3 of the African Union Agenda 63, particularly regarding how governments and NGOs can collaborate to address the justice needs of Africans. Thank you very much, Amy. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Andrews, for your insightful remarks. And without wasting time, I would like to invite Dr. Annette Mbogo from Kituo cha Sheria in Kenya. Perhaps, Dr. Annette, you could begin by framing the term community-based paralegal so that we're all on the same page when we're speaking about community-based paralegals. And then in addition, please tell us what is the current state of affairs with respect to recognition of community-based paralegals in Kenya, and what are these challenges? Karibu sana, Dr. Annette.
Thank you very much, Amy. I hope I can be heard.
Clearly, go ahead.
Okay. Just to quickly go into the question is that to us, community-based paralegals are community-based persons who have some form of legal capacity and hence are able to provide paralegal services within their own communities. But in addition to that, they are also human rights defenders. They organize, they agitate, as well as monitor compliance with human rights at grassroots level. We see them as really important players within the access to justice chain. And for us, the movement of paralegals began way back in the 1970s when organizations such as ourselves, Kituo cha Sheria, used paralegals to propagate for multi-party democracy in our country. And so the movement has really evolved over the last 50 years. And really, I think in terms of us looking at what community-based paralegals do, we find that the conceptualization of who are community-based paralegals really then poses a challenge when it comes to the legal framework. So considering the fact that the movement has been there for around 50 years, in 2016, Kenya came up with a legal framework through the Legal Aid Act, which was actually advocated for by a number of legal empowerment organizations that work in Kenya. And for once, the Legal Aid Act then recognized that paralegals do exist within our communities and are indeed legal aid providers. And so the legislative framework through the Legal Aid Act recognized paralegals and required the state to then not just provide recognition, but then come up with mechanisms within which how paralegals would operate in our country. And I think for us, the challenge has actually begun there in the sense that with our call for legitimization of the work that paralegals do, what the legislative framework then ended up doing is kind of creating new barriers that come with the argument around standardization, around harmonization, as well as the need for quality paralegal services. And so we have a definition within the law, but the definition restricts a paralegal to be someone who has been accredited, having undergone a training program that is, again, certified by a Council for Legal Education, which is basically a statutory body that regulates legal education in our country. And I think the technicalities that arise with that, including the minimum qualifications for entry into this training curriculum, as well as the cost for training and the length of the training is what for us, I would say, is posing a challenge in terms of restricting who can actually enter this space and provide paralegal services. And so we are finding that with the recognition that has come with the state through the law, that recognition, that which we refer to as state recognition, is bringing about regulation that is in fact stifling the efficacy of our movement and also the work that paralegals can do within the framework of this particular law. And so we have been having, issues like around, the media as well as within our legal empowerment circles, whereby community paralegals who are already currently doing their work are feeling as if their work is being threatened, and as well as a lot of the investment that has been put into the movement for the past 50 years may actually go to waste, considering that a huge number of our paralegals may not be able to qualify into this particular, to enter into this particular training program. Now, lastly, is that the fact that with accreditation here within the framework of the law would mean that you have gone through a training program that is again certified by regulatory body that is set by government. But then with that accreditation, you'll be able to access financing through government. And one of the challenges that we have seen, as in many other countries, is just how much support, financial support exists for community paralegals to be able to work freely. And so for once, this would have been really a good opportunity for the state to actually finance the work of paralegals. And in as much as a legal aid fund has been established, we are seeing that only those who will then be recognized within the framework of the Legal Aid Act will be able to access the finance. And even then, our legal aid fund is yet to be operationalized since the law was established in 2016. And so in a sense, what we are feeling at the moment is that despite the really immense work that our community paralegals have been doing, that the call for state recognition is really becoming a bit of a challenge for us. And we are trying to find ways, how do we then overcome these new barriers actually that have come with state recognition of community-based paralegals. So Amy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Annette, for that very comprehensive explanation of what is happening in Kenya. And it seems perhaps maybe the era could have been to, put the movement within a legal aid lens, whereas what we are trying to do with the movement is have legal empowerment. So definitely we'll have an ideological clash in how we approach these issues. Now, in the opening remarks, Andrews Kananga had spoken about a study that had been done by the Africa Center of Excellence, really giving empirical evidence on the importance of community-based paralegals. It's my pleasure now to go to Uganda and invite Lynette from FIDA Uganda. And in partnership with ICJ Kenya and ourselves, they carried out a study in sub-Saharan Africa on the institutional responses to gender-based violence during the pandemic and the role of legal empowerment groups in particular. So the study includes findings from Kenya, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. Of course, when we were on lockdown, injustice was not. And it was during this time when we couldn't leave our homes that community-based paralegals were truly the first responders and heroes of justice, in my view. So this study also just adds on to the growing body of evidence on the importance of community-based paralegals and allowing them to operate as they have always done. Lynette, to start us off, we would like to know, why was it important to conduct the study during the pandemic? If you could please highlight the key findings and recommendations. And lastly, please highlight for us the current state of affairs of recognition of community paralegals in Uganda. What are the challenges? Lynette, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Amy. So firstly, in terms of why it was important to conduct the gender justice study, well, it was important because during the pandemic, the gender justice work of so many organizations either stood or fell on the strength of the paralegal network that they had established prior to the start of the pandemic. The pandemic created conditions which brought to center stage the role and significance of community-based paralegals. And this is especially in terms of addressing GBV at the grassroots level. And that is exactly what we wished to document with the study. The study also considered how the official recognition, or lack thereof, affected the ability of community-based paralegals to respond to and address gender-based violence during the pandemic. So these findings can be used to consider how community-based paralegals can best be supported, both by states and civil society, to play their role as effectively as possible within their communities. And with these, with these recommendations, we have both at times of crisis and times of humanitarian crisis in mind, as well as the normal state of affairs where GBV truly is a crisis that we need to address under any circumstances. And as Amy had mentioned, we have included 10 different organizations from 7 countries from across sub-Saharan Africa. And this was done to really show how the significance and the role of community-based paralegals cut across in different countries and in different contexts across Africa. And so in terms of highlighting key findings and recommendations of the study, I would start by saying that we had found that community paralegals truly were the hands and the feet on the ground in addressing the exacerbated GBV crisis during the pandemic. And so many legal aid service providers, organizations, normal avenues of accessing justice were simply not available. District borders were closed, public and private transport were limited or totally banned for periods of time, but community-based paralegals were present in the communities where they live and work and know the people, and they were doing this work. They were helping women. They were going from door to door and responding to calls, responding to reports, and taking the hands of survivors and ensuring that they can access the services that were available and that they were led to places of safety. Their role was indispensable and irreplaceable, and it was really, really highlighted so well during what we had faced in the past 2 years. And we also found that these community-based paralegals used innovation and ingenuity to overcome the severe restrictions that they also faced in their operations. And many a time, the community-based paralegals would use their personal resources and their personal homes to actually overcome the difficulties and the challenges that they faced in providing services. Community-based paralegals were also very creative preventers of gender-based violence at the community level. And one example of that is from Uganda, where community legal volunteers who are associated with FIDA Uganda reached out to the men in their communities and created groups where men could find some level of support, a place to speak about the mounting emotions and the mounting pressures that they were facing, and also to guide them on how to deal with these pressures and how to deal with conflict in the home. And these were all different. There were all kinds of different creative measures on the ground, such as these, and to actually prevent GBV as well. We found that community paralegals form crucial relationships with community administrations. So they work alongside chiefs, elders, leaders, the police, in order to both identify and address GBV cases. They were also collectors of essential information during this period. And so it was, it was knowledge, like known knowledge without written evidence at the beginning of the pandemic that lockdowns drastically increase the incidence of gender-based violence. But we had very little written information about that in the first few months. And the Kenya Human Rights Commission, for one, used their community or human rights networks, as they call them, to document human rights abuses in 47 different districts of Kenya. And they were able to use this information to actually produce reports and produce statements as early as May 2020 that provided evidence of how much GBV increased and how serious the crisis was. And this was a great support to the advocacy work for improved measures that really considered the situation of women in the country at the time. And in the same way, community-based paralegals were also present on the ground in courts. The courts that were operating in Zimbabwe, for example, had community-based paralegals that are associated with the Legal Resources Foundation. And they were monitoring the processes in the courts as they provided services to people who came to access the courts. And they realized very soon that the practice directives to courts to prioritize GBV cases were not implemented properly. And as the courts were turning women away who came with cases of emotional or economic abuse, saying that that was not serious GBV. And because they were present in the courts and doing their work within the community courts, and they were able to document these cases and very, very easily build up a case for the issuance of improved and changed standard operating procedures by the JSC. So they were available on the ground for effective advocacy. And finally, we also found that legal empowerment groups used the conditions created by the pandemic as a catalyst to garner support for establishing programs and policies that had lacked momentum in the past to really be established. UGANET in Uganda were able to establish a GBV shelter, the first CSO-run shelter that Kampala has had in a very long time. And they were able to do this through the conditions created by the pandemic that they had utilized to ensure that they get the funding and the support from government to do that in the early stages of the pandemic, and which was quite an achievement. And the study finds that, that the challenges that were presented to legal empowerment groups during this time is the fact that there is such a lack of state-funded services and support to women facing gender-based violence. And this is both in and out of times of pandemic crisis. And there's also limited reach of recognition, and or I should always say that the lack of recognition of community paralegals limited their reach in certain countries where they were not able to really do the work that they were equipped to do because they were not recognized and they were not associated with a certain organization by the law enforcement officials. And limited resources to train community paralegals also presented a barrier, because it meant that in a time of crisis where community volunteers were urgently needed, and for example in Nigeria to man and to take up their positions in community booths, where Women's Safe House Sustenance Initiatives created community booths to be places where cases can be reported. They did not have a pool of trained community-based paralegals to choose from, and they had to use any volunteer in the community who were available. And later on, when they did invest in training, after the initial stages of the pandemic, they found out that those that they did, all of the volunteers that were selected were not necessarily the right people for the job. They did not necessarily grasp the basic tenets of gender justice and gender equality. And so we were overstretched in that time with not having even enough community-based justice actors who have received the training that we need to do the work that needed to be done in that time. And then a quick summary of the recommendations that the study make. So recommendations are made to states as well as to CSOs. The recommendations to states relate to aspiration 6 and aspiration 3 of the African Union Agenda of 2063. And they relate to access to justice as well as gender justice as far as the elimination of violence against women is concerned. And particularly states are recommended to increase state-funded support of services to GBV survivors. And this would be through the establishment of shelters, cash transfers to survivors, as well as the establishment of specialized GBV courts and police GBV desks where they do not exist. And courts and states are also encouraged and recommended to increase their budgetary allocation for the improvement of access to justice. And this will be particularly through the work of community-based paralegals. There's need for state-sponsored training and facilitation of community paralegals to enable them to reach beyond where the limits of resources of CSOs end.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lynette, for that summary. And just before we move on to the next panelist, perhaps you could share with us what the current state of recognition of community-based paralegals in Uganda is. Is there a law? Are they not recognized? How are community-based paralegals doing their work in Uganda?
So Amy, currently the Uganda Law Council only recognizes paralegals who hold a diploma in law and are employed by legal aid service providers. And this is what a recognized paralegal would look like. And we know that the Law Council is in the process of coming up with new regulations, drafting new regulations that will regulate paralegalism in a broad sense. But we also have the legal aid bill that is currently still in a bill form. And I must say that this bill has many similarities really to the Legal Aid Act of Kenya, and also many of the same problems in terms of the way that it excludes community-based paralegals. And for one thing, the Legal Aid Bill defines a paralegal as someone who has a recognized qualification in law. That is the definition of paralegals as a starting point. So it seems that the legal regime is also heading towards the exclusion of community-based paralegals who are not currently recognized under any formal law. And also there's no indication under the Legal Aid Bill what will happen to existing legal empowerment programs once the Act comes into force. So there's really lots of work to do in terms of advocacy to ensure that the legal empowerment movement is recognized and supported in a way that provides room for community-based paralegals.
Thank you so much, Lynette. It's quite interesting to hear how crucial community-based paralegals are to our work, but it's also saddening to see that the laws that we have advocated for are excluding the very same paralegals that we have depended on, especially during times of crisis. So I really hope that this panel will be able to, come up with concrete recommendations for states to consider. Now, I'd like to go to Nigeria, northern Nigeria, and here we will meet Isawali Empowerment Initiative. I know that Isawali Empowerment Initiative has a very good working relationship with the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria. However, that doesn't mean that the current law that exists still caters to, a number of community-based paralegals that IWAY works with. IWAY they are very creative in how they train their community-based paralegals. And one time there was a training for their community-based paralegals in Hausa, so that people are able to really know the law and use the law to defend themselves. But I wonder if the law in Nigeria supports this kind of community-based paralegal, and what your experience has been working with the Legal Aid Council in Nigeria. Amina, you're welcome.
Hello,
Hello,
Amy.
Amina?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Quite well.
Hello,
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here today at this forum. Community paralegals, as we have heard, are from all walks of life, and their educational or literacy levels range from the very low or to professional. Most of the paralegals that we at IWAY work with tend to range between low-level literacy to those that probably haven't gone beyond secondary school, and that's the majority of those that we work with. They also live in rural poor communities and urban poor. But it's just the passion and the dedication that they have to ensuring that vulnerable, indigent, and the marginalized members of their communities in the urban poor and the rural know their rights, the laws, and how to access justice, including mobilizing them to take collective action. Yes, they do face a few challenges. One of them is funding, and even though I know it's funding across board for everybody, but I feel I just need to state this again. For our paralegals, they're poor, some of them, and they need to make a living. So it's a choice between using up their meager resources to attend to clients' needs, or buying the recharge cards or paying for local transport to travel to locations to meet their clients who also are in the same situation as them. But another challenge also is the lack of legal recognition. Yes, it's true, we've worked with Legal Aid Council for a number of years. In fact, we partnered with them in 2019 to hold the first National Paralegal Summit. So it's already a process on the way. They also know the importance of community paralegals. And yet the recognition which they have the mandate to do, as given to them by the Legal Aid Act 2011, to license persons to practice as paralegals after undertaking a prescribed course, is yet to happen. So they've approved the basic curriculum for training for community paralegals. They've also approved the ethics guidelines for paralegal. This was all during the summit. But in terms of the recognition, it has not yet happened, and it's something that we continue to pursue the Legal Aid Council for. But we try to mitigate. So for them, this poses challenges for them with government personnel, such as the police, such as judges, who will tell them that they're not legally recognized, so they don't see the importance of what we do. So what we have tried in our work is to mitigate some of these challenges by, one, giving them ID cards that states they're paralegals, giving them jackets, or in the case of our women, because of the nature of a society is hijabs, it has community paralegals written on it in the local language so that people know who they are. And we also hold joint actors meetings together with the judges, with the police, with other stakeholders and our paralegals together, so that they can understand the role the roles paralegals play and see that there is a need for them. Another challenge that our paralegals face also is in interaction with stakeholders, government personnel, again, such as the police or the judges, is that after they have developed good relationships with them, these judges or police are transferred to other jurisdictions. And this means they have to start the process all over again of getting to know the new set of personnel that have now taken over. And so this is a challenge because it takes time again to build up, to develop a good working relationship with the new people. Police also try to intimidate, not all, but they do try to intimidate community paralegals, because they feel threatened by them. They feel they're put there to spy on them, to see what they're doing. There may be any wrongs, to see what they're doing. So they give them a tough time at first. And that's where the importance of these meetings that we hold helps to reduce these challenges. Lawyers also, there's a resistance because they feel that community paralegals are there to take away their livelihoods. This isn't possible. In a country like Nigeria with about 200, it's estimated 200 million people and less than 200,000 lawyers who are resident mostly in urban areas and not in the rural communities, there's no way paralegals can take over their sources of livelihood. And community paralegals aren't lawyers, so there are lots of things that they can't do because they're not lawyers. Then also sometimes there's resistance from traditional leaders who also feel the same. They feel intimidated by the community paralegals because some of them resort to out-of-court settlement of cases which are criminal in nature, such as rape. So knowing that there are paralegals there, keeping an eye, it prevents them from whatever it is they're trying to do. So this again is another area, but again, like I said, we have all these meetings to try to get them to understand, and advocacy visits and everything. And then technology is also another issue for our community paralegals. Many live in rural communities where the network is an issue. So reaching them or them reaching clients can be very difficult. And for a lot of the people in communities also, many don't have phones. So it means they have to travel. And this is where this funding issue again comes into play. The paralegals, because of their low literacy levels, it also hampers their abilities to use modern technologies such as the Android phones effectively, to maybe access, let's say, online meetings such as this one or courses, you know, and then also to use the Android phones for proper case management. Not having laws that, such as like in Kanu, for instance, the child protection bill is yet to be passed into law, to become a law that will protect child protection issues. The violence against persons prohibition is still a bill, is yet to be passed. And this is also hinders people, the paralegals' ability to, when they're trying to raise awareness, to be able to bring up these laws that can back them, to show that, look, there are laws in place. If you do this, this is what can happen. So I think these are some of the issues. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amina, for highlighting what is happening in Nigeria. On the one hand, we see that recognition is very important. It will enable paralegals to do their work in financing as well. But often there's a question that if the state finances you, can you sue the state? Can you hold the state accountable? Can you, for lack of a better word, bite the hand that feeds you? So there's always a question of independence of community-based paralegals, should they be funded by the state? Now we'll quickly move over to Theodosia in Tanzania to let us know what's happening with the state of community-based paralegals. And Theodosia, please ask that we kind of keep the comments brief since we're running out of time. And I know there'll be a lot of questions from the participants. Theodosia, karibu sana. Do we have Theodosia online? Hello? Okay, if, hello, is that Theodosia?
Sorry, can you give the name again?
Theodosia Muholo from the Women's Legal Aid Center in Tanzania.
Yes, she is online. She is online. John, can you update her, please?
1 minute.
She's online.
Elizabeth, is it Elizabeth?
No, it's Theodosia. Theodosia.
D-O-S-I-A. Theodosia.
Sorry?
T-H-E-O. D-O-S-I-A.
I can't see her. Can you see her?
I see she's online.
Yeah, I see her from the list of participants.
Can you give the name again, please?
Theodosia. So Theodosia says she's online. As you're trying to figure that out, Yankubu, please let us move over to Simeon, and then we'll come back to Theodosia. Dr. Simeon Koroma, who is the Executive Director from Team Up for Justice in Sierra Leone, is here with us. And we'd really appreciate your insights, Simeon, on the situation of the recognition of community-based paralegals in Sierra Leone. I mean, being some of the literature we read around, access to justice in Sierra Leone is post-war. There was no infrastructure for being able to access justice. But then there's this concept of community-based paralegals that was, put in place to enable people to, have some form of justice during that time. For the purposes of this conversation, what is the current state of affairs with respect to the recognition of community-based paralegals? Are you facing the same challenges that Kenya, Uganda, and Nigeria are facing? Welcome, Dr. Simeon.
Thank you very much, Emmy. And thank you, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. So in 2012, Sierra Leone became one of a handful of countries on the continent to introduce a law that explicitly recognized paralegals. The 2012 Legal Aid Act, which I'm sure is some sort of a carbon copy of the law we have in Kenya and a few other countries, was groundbreaking, for Sierra Leone in many respects. So as someone who spent several years, leading the advocacy for state recognition of paralegals, this legislation for me remains an important reference point. Over the last decade, we have spent a lot of time extolling this law and speaking about the opportunities it provides. Today, I want to turn to some of the drawbacks a decade after the legislation and what these drawbacks mean for paralegals and paralegal organizations outside the state legal aid board. So for those of you who are conversant with the Sierra Leone Legal Aid Act, it does create a board, the Legal Aid Board, which has the authority to accredit and recognize paralegals. What's strange about, this is the irony, we spent so many years advocating for this law. What's strange is that the law pushes for the recognition of individual paralegals rather than the organizations where paralegals really work. We have never envisaged a situation where you would have freelance paralegals, working in like you have lawyers. But unfortunately, almost all of the legal aid acts we have on the continent, especially ours in Sierra Leone, is in a way drafted as if paralegals would eventually become lawyers. And I think that's really one of the root causes for many of the problems we are now encountering going forward. But from where we were before 2012, the promulgation of the Legal Aid Act was a huge step in access to justice in Sierra Leone. Not least, paralegals became mainstreamed. However, even then, this is within a well-guarded framework. The situation is not dissimilar to what we have in Kenya, for example, and many other countries where paralegals are recognized based on accreditation and specific education criteria. And these criteria define paralegals. But the paradox then is by recognizing paralegals, at least in Sierra Leone, as legal aid providers, we now have less rather than more paralegals that qualify before the act. So before the act, we probably had many more paralegals or many more individuals who would qualify as paralegals than we now have after the act. And this then has knock-on effects on the ability to provide paralegal services to many indigents in our countries. The Legal Aid Board does employ paralegals, and these paralegals continue to provide legal services. However, in terms of numbers, this is still just a tiny proportion. And as you know, at least in Sierra Leone and in several other countries, our legal aid boards concentrate more on the work of what we would describe as criminal justice paralegals. So, helping to provide criminal defense, working on early releases at police stations and also in correctional centers. So in Sierra Leone, the position we now have is there are many organizations that have to be accredited by the Legal Aid Board. But the process of accreditation is bureaucratic, as you would expect for government-led institutions. So I would say at this point that there are we are learning in Sierra Leone 10 years after the legislation what recognition on paper actually means. And I think this is where we discover, at least now we are beginning to discover, that recognition is a double-edged sword. And, I was listening to my colleague from Nigeria, for example, about the disadvantages of non-recognition. We had the same, and now we had recognition, which has now mainstreamed paralegals. However, with that recognition, as I said, it's a double-edged sword because it now creates some sort of a dilution of the core qualities of paralegals. The key qualities, or at least the biggest advantage of paralegals, are their dissociation from the state. There are many studies, and our colleagues have mentioned some of them, that are either completed or ongoing. Most of them focus on the work of paralegals and other justice actors at grassroots level and the range of services they provide. Some of these studies have also provided some recommendations on how the states can support. Now, outside this access to justice literature, other disciplines are awash with materials on the African states, what the African state means. And I think there is a disconnection here because we've not been able to create a nexus between the conglomeration of the states, so what the state actually means and how it has progressed since colonialism, or at least post-colonialism, and the place of initiatives such as community-based paralegals within this setup. I mean, in other words, I think, the question we have been asking ourselves is, what is the place of community-based actors within the framework of a state that constantly aims to capture and incorporate? Because that's really what we have currently as an African state. The core qualities of being a paralegal is, as I said, being dissociated from the state. People come to paralegals, even when you have courts in their communities, because they trust the paralegals. The paralegals are different from the state. People forget that mistrust of the state can, in most cases, be exhibited in how people approach justice institutions. They don't believe the state, they don't go to court. They don't believe the state, they don't go to the police. So if you move towards state capture of paralegal services, then in a way you're creating another arm of the civil service. Unfortunately, this will harm people on the ground. So I guess for the purposes of the discussion, and as I conclude, Sierra Leone, as one of the first countries to have recognition of paralegals, has seen not a growth, but actually a dilution of what community-based paralegals really mean. Increasingly, we are moving towards accreditation, recognition that is very close to what a professional lawyer would look like. And this is a huge mistake, because the strength of a paralegal is not its connection to the state necessarily, it's its connection to the community, where community members believe that paralegals can provide services they can't get otherwise. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you so much, Simeon, for your really illuminating insights. But the only thing I can say is that things seem to have gone left, and have gone left very fast. It was really not the intention, I believe, of legal empowerment organizations like yourself, like OHCHR, to be in a situation where you're probably creating another arm of government that would be mistrusted by the people. So that being said, I wonder if it's too late to save the movement now, or if there are ways in which we can work within the existing frameworks to keep true to the movement of legal empowerment and paralegalism. I hope now that we are able to find Theodosia from Tanzania, and she can share with us how they're really, creatively trying to navigate the law that has really put in barriers when it comes to the recognition of community-based paralegals. Theodosia, karibu sana.
Asante, thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak, to talk about Tanzania experience. Tanzania is like other countries, those who already they have a Legal Aid Act. For us, we had the law in 2017, which came with the regulation in 2019, and this is a Legal Aid Act. And this Legal Aid Act is the law which also recognizes paralegals. We don't have a specific registration which is dealing with the paralegal issues, but through the Legal Aid Act, because it recognizes all legal aid providers, including the paralegals, and the paralegals, they have been incorporated in this act. So for our country, paralegals are already recognized by having that law, which is dealing with the issue of coordination and monitoring of legal aid providers in our country, including the paralegals. We have that law in place, and we really appreciate for having that law. But as you know, that we have that, but also it comes with a lot of challenges. So far, when you talk about the community paralegals, there are a number of challenges, but today I will talk about 3 challenges. The first one is about the accreditation. As we know that now a person to be a community paralegal, they have now to have some conditions to meet so that they can be registered to be community paralegals. And this requirement needs this person to have at least a certificate of secondary education. And most of our community paralegals, they are the one who, some of them, the one which we enrolled as community paralegals, they don't know even how to read and write. So by having these conditions, you find out those community paralegals which we target, the one which they can work with our community, they are now having this challenge. Now they are left aside by the law. And other challenge, other conditions, including also the fee. There is the issue of fee, payment of fee, whereby they have to pay at individual level and at institutional level. Because most of the community paralegals, they work in a CBO, in a community-based organization or in non-governmental organization. So this institution, they have also to pay some fees to the registrar of legal aid providers. So most of them, we know that they work free of charge, they work on pro bono basis. And now, when it comes now, the issue of payment of the fee is really a challenge for most of the paralegals. Another issue is the issue of, another challenge is the issue of legal compliance, whereby we have like double compliance. We are complying with the legal aid law, but also we have to comply with the NGO law. As you know that they are working in institution, not at individual level. So we have now to pay those fees to the NGO Act, NGO law, including reporting, and also they have to pay fee to the legal aid, and also to send some reports to legal aid, to the registrar of legal aid. So this also is a challenge which they are facing, and somehow you find out there are some of them, they drop out because they can't meet these conditions. And not only meeting those conditions, also, as you know that they are working on pro bono basis, they don't receive any payment. And you find out sometimes they have to escort clients to court, to different authorities. So all this needs some money. For example, they have to pay for bus fare, and you find that they're working free of charge. Sometimes they don't have that fare to pay. And you find out that most of them, they lose interest of working as paralegals because of those challenges which they encounter during their course of working. And the issue of compliance also, because they have to pay individual fee. So you find some now they choose to drop out, not to work as paralegals, as community paralegals, the one in which we intended to be working with our community members. But another issue in our country, so there is
Hello? Hello, do we still have Theo online? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I think we've lost. Yeah, I think we've lost her from. I think we've lost Theo from Tanzania, but we get the gist of what the challenges are in Tanzania. The laws has introduced unbelievable barriers for community paralegals to be able to do their work. It's monetary. It's to do with qualifications. It's really, really unfair for the movement that has grown organically and willingly wanting to support people to access justice. So we will now move on to Zambia. Zambia recently passed the legal aid law, and my colleague Philip Sabuni was very, very happy. And so with this law that has recently been passed, Philip, are you noticing any teething challenges? Are you kind of reflecting and saying, why did we advocate for this law to be passed on in the first place? Kindly give us briefly what the situation is in Zambia.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I was just smiling here. You were saying Philip was very happy. Well, yes, I was. We were happy as a team of paralegal organizations in Zambia because of the background, because of where we're coming from. A lot of restrictions for paralegals to provide the services in the communities and all that. Because they were not recognized. So the idea to push for recognition actually started a long time ago. And so, and so when we saw the policy being approved in 2018 or 2018, it was exciting for us and all that. But also we saw the acts being drafted or amended in last year, that is 2001, on that it is not operational at this time. And so most of these things like registration and the like of paralegals has not started. So of course, a number of good things that we have seen that will help to improve access to justice for the marginalized or the poor and the communities, you know, coming in of the policy and also the act. But a number of challenges as well that we, even if the law, I mean, when the law become effective, we anticipate some challenges because, of course, the law require that paralegals be registered and they should be licensed, and also that they should be able to pay the license fees. So it will be a problem because if we talk about community-based paralegals, most of them actually work on voluntary basis. You know, they offer their services without payment, if you like. And so it will be a struggle for them to start looking for finances actually to start, you know, paying even for the licensing that that the law has put in place. So that's one of the challenges that we can see coming when the process to register paralegals actually start. And then also the other thing that's come out of the act is the issue of course, the minimum qualification that is needed for candidates actually to be trained as paralegals will be a barrier in that I think the majority will fall off because we have a minimum standard or minimum qualification that is needed, and meaning those that don't have that qualification then cannot be trained as paralegals. Even if we have seen them operate, we have seen them actually over the years provide the services in the communities actually, and all that. So that will be a challenge as we can speak. But also another thing I think that we will see is the issue that we have seen actually over the years. Also, is the issue of financing of the trainings of paralegals, but also even operating paralegal programs is a challenge because civil society organizations actually have to find finances on their own, as government actually currently does not fund, you know, legal aid services, you know, or funding or provide funding outside the legal aid board as it is at the moment. If you look at the law that has been put in place, you look at the funding. Of course, the legal aid fund is there, but does not apply to paralegals. So only legal practitioners and the legal aid board itself actually can be able to access the legal aid fund that is there. So that will be a challenge because paralegal organizations then will have to continue to scout for finances, actually looking for donors to provide funding for their services, which we are seeing as going to be a challenge. Yeah, but all in all, yes, Amy.
Yes, I was just saying, your time is running out, but sounds like you're concluding. So please go ahead.
Yes. Amy, I'm concluding. So, but I think what also is interesting is that paralegal organizations have been recognized by the Act. Also, the university law clinics have been also recognized that they can employ paralegals and be able to provide legal aid services. So, Amy, let me stop there for now. Probably I'll take up other things during the question and answer session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Philip, for painting that picture in Zambia. So, I mean, I think we're all in agreement here that the work that community-based paralegals do is quite important. What I think we're not in agreement in is how this work needs to be financed. We agree it needs to be financed. So, you know, Simeon had said, and I think rightfully so, that we need to dissociate the paralegal from the state. Otherwise, this whole paralegal thing becomes another extension of the government that may not be trusted. But when we dissociate, does it mean that we'll not be able to receive financing from the state? And how will the paralegals then continue to do their work? But then we also have strong advocates as well of organizations saying that the work of community-based paralegals needs to be state financed, but there are consequences that come with getting money from the state. It's important. Some of them are poor, like in Nigeria, like Amina had highlighted. they need to move from one place to the other. We as legal empowerment organizations depend on donor money, and tomorrow the donors might be focusing on something different. How do we support these community-based paralegals and ensure their independence? I think that is one thing that we're not able to answer right now, but keeps coming up. And it looks like maybe an ideological clash even within this panel discussion. Last but not least, I'd like to invite my sister, my friends, Shenolo Shedi, to share with us what's happening in South Africa, and maybe you might have some pearls of wisdom or some positive insights as to what's happening there. Welcome, Shenolo.
Thank you so much, Amy. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. And all protocol observed, grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this very important discussion. As Amy has highlighted, my name is Tsanolo Tayedi. I'm the Executive Director for CAOSA, which is the National Coordinating Body for Community-Based Advice Officers in South Africa. From the South African perspective, I think listening to the previous speaker, I must say we are in a really fortunate position. The call for regulation and recognition began at the onset of democracy in South Africa. But to date, that process has not been finalized. And I think as South Africa, we are actually now in a position of privilege. And I'll say this because learning from countries like Kenya and Sierra Leone, where the process has been adopted, what are some of the key challenges? In terms of the process and how the process is developing currently in South Africa, it's that, so we've got parallel processes that are currently unfolding. The first one is that the issue regarding the regulation of paralegals is being dealt with in terms of the Legal Practice Act. Now, Section 34 of that Act makes a provision for the Legal Practice Council to investigate the model of regulating paralegals. And that report has just recently been provided to the minister this year, and it's something that the sector would be engaging on. In tandem to that process, in March 2020, a draft policy paper was released by the Department of Justice that had commissioned the Foundation for Human Rights to draft a policy paper that would sort of give a framework of what regulation would look like for the sector. And I think this process has been enriching for South Africa because we have fundamental principles that we are relying on as the sector in this country. And one of them is that we know that we have been recognized. The process of going into the discussions around what regulation ultimately looks like means that there is an element of recognition. And I think as a country, we've taken a position to separate these two terms because they have two fundamental meanings. So the issue of recognition is a broader term because that refers to the work and the value being known and being enhanced and being contributed to, and elements of sustainability being the primary concern. The question around regulation looks more at how do you create an environment where users of the services that are provided by community-based paralegals and community advice officers have some mechanism of protection. Now, the mechanism of protection would be what you would get in a setting where professional legal aid providers or legal services providers like advocates and attorneys are accountable to a particular structure in instances where they have not performed their professional duties or they have delivered services that were substandard and have ultimately resulted in further prejudice to the client. And so that is the approach from South Africa in terms of, the main call for regulation actually comes from the sector to say that the sector wants to be accountable to the society that it services. Now, in terms of recognition, I think there we are still, I would say, negotiating what this recognition would look like. But sustainability and the call of sustaining access to justice at a community level has been the center of the conversation, to say, how do you actually design a model that would enable advice officers to remain sustainable and the work of community-based paralegals to continue while not compromising on the independence. I think, as my colleagues have highlighted, a lot of the work that advice officers do is related to the protection and enforcement of human rights. And now this function often means that you find yourself at loggerheads with local government departments or local government leaders who might be infringing or will be infringing on the rights of community members. And you become the primary access point for using the law to get human rights protected or human rights actioned at a community level. And so, these principles are what are ultimately guiding these two processes. And what we are hoping, and the call that we've made as CAUSA, is that there should be one process, but there is a benefit of ensuring that you've got all stakeholders on board. And so the process from our end is also encompassing the current donor community that is supporting the work, or program support and core support of the work of community-based paralegals. And our idea is that there should be a multi-stakeholder sustainability model. And that model would support the work of advice officers, but at the same time, not put them in a position where their independence is compromised and they ultimately lose the essence by which they've come to be known. One of the other things that I wanted to just mention was that the issue around sustainability, the work of sustaining community-based institutions, justice institutions, this is actually part of development. Now, that is because a lot of these institutions become places of opportunity and places of employment for young people. And for those in community that have historical context and institutional knowledge of how communities have come to be developed. And these offices provide a space for that level of skills to be utilized for the development and advancement of communities. And so, the question around how you center the issue of recognition for us as South Africa, I think learning from what our counterparts in Kenya and Sierra Leone have, and in Zambia as well, we've learned that the language that we use right now is that when we are talking about recognition and we are talking about regulation, we are saying that the concept of sustainability of the service should not be an afterthought. It should actually be thought of at the very same level. When you are structuring law and you are structuring policy to regulate the sector, there must be a strict provision of how would sustenance work for the sector, and that should then place a responsibility on government and on the sectors that have continued to support this to continue supporting the work, even if government is stepping in to contribute its part to this work. So I think I'll just pause there, Amy, but just to say that that's the scenario in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanolo. And what I like about your presentation is that there are, glimpses of hope here and there, that not all is lost, but that within your justice ecosystem, you're deliberately thinking about how to sustain the services, maintain the independence of the community paralegal, and remain true to the origin of the movement. And that is just, make justice accessible wherever it should be. A number of challenges have been highlighted in this panel discussion. I think we see the benefit of having, some of us see the benefit of having legal aid laws, but what can we do to see that the concept of community paralegal does not have further state capture, as Dr. Simeon was saying? I think state capture is something, as long as the state exists, state capture will be a constant threat in this work of ours. But we have the opportunity, just as South Africa has highlighted, to try and protect this space, protect the work that we've been doing. And so that we allow the movement to continue to grow and thrive in its most authentic form, true and responsive to justice needs. I'm seeing that there's some hands that are going up, but I'd like to, before we open it up for comments, I'd like to take it back to Dr. Simeon and see, after highlighting the challenges you have, and they're quite fundamental challenges, what would you recommend as a way forward, Dr. Simeon? Maybe just one concrete idea you have so that we can, keep true to the movement.
Yeah, so I should admit there is no single fix. So one of the things I always say is perhaps we should just go back to basics. So what made the Community Justice Act or paralegal, community-based paralegal tick? So what are the two key things, for example, that make paralegals, that give paralegals their strength, that make them that make them, great, that make them very good for communities. And I think, if we go back to those things, and one of them for me is independence. So the paralegal is seen as part of the community. So that paralegal, she is independent from, many of the things that community members are not comfortable with. So going back to that, and then, the second one is, so first is independent. Second one is, making a community-based paralegal really community-based in the sense that the actions, the activities, the conduct of that paralegal is regulated from the community, a bottom-up approach, basically. And you were talking about maybe funding and sustainability. And I guess what we need to do, and it's not just one thing, but one of the things we need to do is to maybe rethink our current models. To be a paralegal means many different things, right? So you do have paralegals who are maybe providing economic, social services, which are completely different from paralegals providing, for example, criminal justice services. So you may have certain paralegals who cannot even monetize their services. So I would say, for those who can monetize some sort of service, including using data, including partnerships with non-governmental entities, and I'm talking about some of the initiatives in Sierra Leone right now, right? So you're talking about corporate actors, talking about international development actors, working in particular communities and paying some contribution. I mean, so it will be an array of things, Amy. So I guess in a single sentence, it would be returning to the basics and reselling community-based paralegal work to our partners, including government, in a way that does not co-opt them to be part of the state.
Thank you, Simeon. That provides some sort of way forward, and knowing what we know now, if we were to go back to the basics, go back to the drawing board and sitting down with the various actors within the ecosystem, I think we would be able to provide something that is tangible, concrete, and that is beneficial to all. But I agree with you that it's a process. I see that my friend Oga Andrew Maki from Nigeria has agreed with you. I see that hands are up, and we are happy to take questions now. We will start with Andres Kananga from Rwanda. We'll take maybe 2 more questions in the interest of time, and then we will be able to conclude. Andres?
Thank you very much, Amy. This is very fundamental. You see, we've been discussing this. I remember when I entered about 15 years ago, some of my colleagues are here, Simeon and Clifford, were really thinking that the recognition work in our advantage. And apparently it hasn't. Here in Rwanda, we haven't regulated the paralegals. We have them, they're recognized by the policy, but there is no regulation for them to undergo all these processes. Now, one of the things, Amy, we should be looking at, so we are thinking about financing, which is the core business for this panel. Can we think about in which ways can we fund, funding structures for paralegals? I know most of us are funded, our paralegals are funded through us as NGOs. Do we see any other, I'm sorry, I'm bringing in a question, probably people would help. What mechanism can we fund community-based paralegals? Is it through NGOs? Is it through the associations? I know in Kenya, they have just created the Society for Paralegals. Can people try to, help us understand clearly if we are going back to our government and say fund paralegals? Because recognition, one of the things we thought initially when we were advocating for this was that recognition may bring some credibility for government to bring in money to fund structures that are, credible. Does that make sense, Amy?
Yeah, Amy? Andrews, yes, you have put me on the spot. I think it makes sense, but I think there's also need for us to discuss this further. Where does the financing come from? If we say international partners or the donors, we still face the same problem that, especially during this COVID time, when most of the donors said, well, our funding has to go somewhere else. Or maybe, our funding has to go towards the Ukrainian crisis. Not to belittle what's happening there, but you know what I mean? Like every day they're competing priorities with our work on the ground. And as Iway has mentioned, and also what Theo has mentioned in Tanzania, people just stop doing this work because they're not supported to move from point A to B. And what I think we need to do is have deliberate discussions around this financing model. How do we want it to look like? How do we stay true to our work? How do we How do we maintain independence? And yes, of course, we're happy to take on donor funding, but in the absence of donor funding, we can still continue this work. And I think we've been challenged by Simeon to look at how we can monetize some of these activities of paralegals. And of course, this is contextual, but I think as a continent, we can come together and design and develop some framing guidelines to sustain this work. Maybe we have time for one more question. If there's a pressing question, this is your opportunity. Just one more. Let me see, looking for somebody. Yes,
yeah,
go ahead.
Is it me? My name is Abubakar A+. The full is A+. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, please go ahead, Abubakar. You have the last word before we wind up.
Much. All right, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and all protocols duly observed. And my experience, I am from the Gambia. I have been following since in the morning, but my experience with this paralegal is they are community-based. I don't know how to call them, but I have had experience with some of them last 5 years ago, since 2017 up to now. But the manner in which that they operate, to me, in my own personal experience, is not. I am not satisfied at all. Most of these people are not educated, and it is as if that they work with some officials working at different police stations within the country. So all that they do is to communicate each other, and I tend to see a lot of conspiracies that goes around in and out. You know, for example, if you have a problem with somebody, you have to conspire against the person, and have him taken to the police station or for other stuff. My experience in 2017 was I had an issue with some of these community police individuals, but what happened was. I'm sorry,
Abubakar. I'm sorry, we might not have time to go into the details of the story, but I think what you're trying to say is, what we're trying to say is you were not satisfied with the conduct of the community-based paralegals. There is a lack of education and maybe a question of quality.
Yes, I have outlined series of issues. I cannot go into detail because there is no time. But independence, I have not seen any independence with regards to the manner in which that they operate, and also no legal awareness. They have no. Some of these people need to have legal awareness, because if you are going to take people to the police station to be addressed, you need to be legally aware. So I'm not seeing that. Most of these people are illiterate. They don't know anything about English language. They don't know anything about the law. They don't know anything about security issues. So when it comes to funding, I'm not seeing any sources of income for them. All that I see, they just sit outside, brewing attires and other stuff. Conspiracy is all over.
Thank you so much.
Insults
thank
is
you
all
so
over.
much.
So
thank you so much, Abubakar. I think we get the point. I think we get the point, Abubakar, of what you're saying, and it all calls back to what our sister Tenola was saying from South Africa, that the paralegals, whoever they are, whatever their position is in society, they have accountability to the community. And we hope that when you're accountable to the community, then some of the things that you're highlighting could be addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fascinating discussion. I really enjoyed having this discussion with you. I see that the chat was quite active and a lot of proposals and people agreeing with what some of the panelists were saying. As we come to an end, I would like to call on the African Commission to urge African states to explicitly include a target towards promoting people-centered justice in the next 10-year plan of the AU 2063 agenda under Aspiration 3, and the promotion of gender justice in order to eliminate violence against women under Aspiration 6. And this can also include the development of model standards on the functions and roles of community-based paralegals in Africa, and pay special attention to the role in addressing GBV at the grassroots level. The first 10-year plan of the AU 2063 agenda comes to an end in 2023, and so we have enough time to do that. The second thing that we recommend is to hasten the development and implementation of legal aid laws that recognize and finance the work of community-based paralegals where absent. States must strengthen recognition and support for the role that community paralegals play in ensuring access to justice through national and regional legislation. This legislation, however, must protect the freedom and flexibility of community-based paralegals and refrain from over-regulating and stifling the effectiveness of these grassroots justice actors. We also recommend that we should strengthen partnerships between governments, civil society, and legal actors, the bar associations, judiciary, legal education providers, with regard to legal empowerment in Africa. This also includes improved engagement through multi-stakeholder initiatives, such as the Open Government Partnership, that we had no time to discuss today. We also would like to recommend that governments should demonstrate their political will for legal empowerment of their poor and vulnerable citizens, and women in particular, by committing resources that will fund sustainable legal empowerment models that recognize the central role of paralegals in delivering affordable and timely access to justice for all. However, government funding should not affect the independence and autonomy of legal empowerment organizations. We also recommend that there should be increased state financing to strengthen institutions and fund programs aimed at promoting access to justice. States should scale up investment in meaningful justice and rights awareness to ensure that people adequately understand their rights and that the remedies available to them within the prevailing legal and justice system in order to ensure they can solve the most pressing justice problems. Lastly, we should increase state financing to strengthen institutions and fund programs aimed at promoting justice and other essential services to women facing GBV, particularly through the establishment and maintenance of shelters and cash transfers to survivors. Thank you all so much. I wish we had more time, that is what we don't have, but we do have the commitment, will, and spirit to see that community-based paralegals are truly recognized for the work that they do. I wish you all a very pleasant evening, and we will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Adama.
Thank you very much, Amy. Especially for the recommendations, which is a very important part of the forum. So on that note, I'd also like to encourage participants, if you do have additional recommendations on this panel and the previous panel, kindly feel free to send them to, I've just put the email addresses in the chat box. It's admin, admin@acdhrs.org, csec@acdhrs.org, and library@acdhrs.org. Please feel free to send additional recommendations that you may have on this panel and the previous panel. I would now like to bring this program to an end for today, and also to take the opportunity to thank us from the opening ceremony to the first panel and the second panel that just ended, including the presenters. Thank you very much for your time, for your very enriching presentations, and also to thank the participants for their activity, as well as the interpreters. And I'd also like to use this opportunity to apologize once again for the glitch that we had earlier on with the Portuguese interpretation. And I would also like to thank the Executive Director of the African Center and my colleagues for their assistance in supporting this very active, have been on the chat, responding to emails, responding to other inquiries. The interpreters have been very, very helpful. And we are scheduled to stop at 1 p.m. It's now 30 minutes over, and I would like to apologize. With your kind permission, I would like to, Mrs. Foster, if would you have anything else to add before we bring the session to a close? We start tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll share the agenda again in the chat box in English and French for the benefit of those that could not have access to the agenda. So Madam Foster, would you like to add anything else before we send participants off for the rest of the day?
I think it was a great day.
Okay.
And we hope that they will turn up tomorrow on time so that we are able to finish the program and come up with our resolutions and recommendations. Let me add my word of appreciation to each and every one of them. And have a good day or good evening for some of you who are in Eastern Africa. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Foster. Thank you, everyone. Yes, so the deliberations for today is here. And it's goodbye from Banjo. To each and every one of you, thank you very much. Have a very good evening, a very good afternoon, and I'll see you tomorrow. Please use the same link to join the meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. GMT. Thank you and goodbye. The email address is admin@acdhrs.org. ADMIN. I'll put that in the chat box again.
Madam Adama?
Yes, please. Please go ahead, John. I can hear you.
I was not connected. I was having internet issues. Have you ended?
Yes, officially we've ended. They're just about leaving now. If you are still in the room, but we've ended officially.